The 339th meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda posted in the Texas Register. Members of the Board of Trustees present for this meeting include myself, Eric Nichols, Vice Chair Faith Johnson, Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow, Judge Molly Francis, Ambassador Sishan Siv, Nate Sprinkle, Bill Welch, and Sydney Zeiker. A quorum is present and the 339th meeting of the board is declared open. This meeting is being conducted in person and is also being broadcast on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice YouTube channel. It is 8:31. Before we get started, I would invite everyone present to stand as you are able and join us as a board in pledges of allegiance. Texas Department of Criminal Justice Deputy Executive Director Oscar Mendoza will lead us in the pledges. Mr. Mendoza, please begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mendoza. I now ask Windham School District Trustee Pastor Nate Sprinkle to offer a word of prayer as we start our meeting.
Thank you, Chairman. Would you bow your heads and pray with me? Heavenly Father, we thank you for the blessings of this time of the year. Lord, we thank you for this past year, for the challenges that it has often brought. But Lord, we thank you for the dedicated men and women of Windham School District and TBCJ who have so faithfully served our state and the people of it. Father, we thank you also individually for the family and friends that you've blessed each one of us with. We know that your word tells us that every good and perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of lights, with whom there's no variation or shifting shadow. So, Father, we say thank you for all the blessings in our lives. We also thank you for the reason for this Christmas season and for the hope that each one of us can enjoy through Jesus. We thank you that he came as the perfect child. We thank you that he offered himself as the perfect sacrifice for our sins. And thank you that he lives today. Father, as this Christmas season may hold grief for those who have experienced any kind of loss within our family or outside, Father, we just ask that you provide comfort and peace through Christ this Christmas season. And as we go through the proceedings of the meeting before us, Father, we ask for your guidance and your wisdom in any decisions to be made. Again, we thank you and we offer all these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Sprinkle. As a courtesy to speakers and guests in the meeting, we ask that you please set your electronic devices to the silent or vibrate mode. We would like to take a moment to recognize public officials and or staff representatives who are here with us today or who are viewing our proceedings via YouTube. We appreciate the attendance of everyone, all of you also, at this meeting, including any and all public officials or members of their staff attending online. The Windham School District Board of Trustees is committed to providing an opportunity for public presentations on posted agenda topics, as well as public comments on issues within its jurisdiction as provided in Board Rule 300.1. Persons interested in speaking at today's meeting were required to complete and submit a registration card at least 10 minutes prior to the meeting's posted start time. As no cards were received prior to the required deadline, the board will not hear public presentations on posted agenda topics today or public comments on issues within the board's jurisdiction as that Board of Trustees. Let's begin our trustees meeting today with recognitions. Windham School District Chief Financial Officer Robert O'Banion would like to recognize Ms. Maggie Lima on being the new Human Resources Administrator for the district. Mr. O'Banion, if you are ready, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to be here this morning and introduce Maggie Lima. She joined Windham School District as a Human Resources Administrator on August 21st, 2023. Ms. Lima brings with her over 24 years of HR experience and has previously held roles as the Director of Human Resources and Vice President of HR Strategy and Culture. She is particularly experienced in the areas of organizational development, employee relations, recruiting, and leadership training. Ms. Lima has served as a strategic partner for many organizations throughout her consulting role and has formed connections with professional associations, business leaders, and universities to not only enhance awareness of company initiatives and bring strong company cultures, but also to ensure those organizations had access to quality candidates as they continue to grow their business. In addition to her extensive industry experience, Maggie also has a passion for helping others and served on multiple civic, church, and community committees in various capacities. Ms. Lima has lived in the Montgomery and Magnolia area for over 20 years. She is married and the mother of two, her son currently going to Texas A&M University, and her daughter, who is a freshman at James Madison University in Harrisonburg, Virginia. Ms. Lima is excited to be part of the Windham team. She has shared in our mission to transform lives through excellence in education. Since joining the district, Ms. Lima has worked diligently to revamp Windham's new hire process, as well as reorganize Windham's processes and procedures within the Human Resources Department. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Lima to the Windham team. Thank you.
Ms. Lima, please approach the podium. We appreciate all the work that you've done, that you will be doing for our district, and we appreciate the wealth of experience that you bring with you to this important role. So would you like to say a few words to us?
Thank you. Just a couple. Good morning, Chairman, Superintendent Hartman, members of the board. Just want to thank Ms. Hartman again for the opportunity to be a part of the Windham School District, and I am very excited to be able to not only help us reach our 2030 goals with recruiting and retention, but to also spread the knowledge of Windham throughout the community, and that is a very needed thing right now. So I just want to thank you again for your time, and I hope you and your families have a wonderful holiday season.
Today's proposed consent items are listed on the board's posted agenda, and for excused absences will include an excused absence for Dr. Rodney Burrow from the board's October 13th, 2023 meeting. Members of the Board of Trustees, are there any amendments, objections, or abstentions to the proposed consent items? Hearing none, the consent items posted for this meeting's agenda will stand approved. The next item on our agenda this morning is a report on international collaboration from our superintendent of the Windham School District, Ms. Christina Hartman. If you are ready, Ms. Hartman, you may proceed.
Good morning, Chairman, members. I wish everyone a happy holiday season. And today I'm very excited to present on international collaboration. In fact, my communications team instructed me that I had to cut down the presentation because there were so many exciting things to talk about. As you know, Windham School District welcomes international collaboration, which enhances awareness of innovative and promising practices and enriches students' educational experiences. Recently, the district had the opportunity, in partnership with TBCJ, to host visitors from the Czech Republic Prison Services and attend and present at the International Corrections and Prisons Association Conference. The visit of representatives from the Czech Republic Corrections Delegation during the week of October 9th through 13th, 2023, occurred as part of a prison leadership exchange program and stands as a testament to our commitment to fostering meaningful connections. Through their immersion in TBCJ and Windham's environments, touring campuses, and participating in graduation ceremonies, the interactions not only provided a platform for cultural exchange, but also facilitated conversations surrounding education and corrections best practices. For the district, the pinnacle of this collaboration occurred on October 12th when Windham's culinary arts students at the Travis campus in Austin engaged in a groundbreaking virtual cooking event with their peers from the Czech Republic Pribram prison. Thanks to the unwavering support of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, Sam Houston State University's Correctional Management Institute of Texas, and the Czech Republic Corrections Delegation, this innovative idea became a reality. Despite being separated by over 5,500 miles, students from both regions proudly displayed the skills they developed in their culinary arts classes. Windham students prepared traditional Texas red chili and homemade tortillas, while Czech students demonstrated their expertise in crafting bread dumplings and oven-roasted pork belly. The students then exchanged recipes, challenging themselves to make a traditional dish from another culture. This collaboration showcased the power of partnership in education. Students actively engaged with their counterparts, sharing culinary insights, exploring diverse traditions, and bridging cultural gaps. Beyond the exchange of recipes, these students gained invaluable knowledge and enhanced perspectives that will enrich their communities upon their return. Furthermore, representatives from Windham and the Czech Republic had the opportunity to observe each other's learning environments, equipment, and technology usage. It was truly a remarkable experience witnessing our students participate in this groundbreaking event. At the conclusion of their visit, the Czech Republic visitors noted strong practices related to TBCJ's Reentry and Integration Division, led by April Zamora, and Windham Student Ambassador Initiative, which fosters student confidence and communication in preparation for rejoining Texas communities. Windham and TBCJ also experienced innovative practices from the Czech Republic, including their training center, transport buses, use of resident art galleries in prisons, built-in fish tanks in the hallways of prisons, and unique housing units designed to foster normalcy prior to reentry. The opportunity to engage with an international audience continued later in October with attendance by TBCJ Executive Director Brian Collier, Internal Audit Director Chris Cerrito, Executive Director of Sam Houston State University's Correctional Management Institute of Texas, Doug Dretke, and myself at the International Corrections and Prisons Association Conference in Antwerp, Belgium. 90 countries were represented at the conference, and Mr. Collier, Mr. Dretke, and I presented to a packed room of attendees representing the strong work occurring in Texas in the corrections arena. The theme of the conference, Humane Corrections, What More Can We Do?, aligned well with the topic of our presentation, a collaborative approach to success, family, community, and employer engagement. During our session, we highlighted the TBCJ Office of Family Services, the Strive Reentry Program, Website for Work, skills demonstrations and career expos, the Family Literacy Program, Elevating Student Voices, Peer Mentors, the 2030 Plan, and the international tours in partnership with Sam Houston State University. We received questions and compliments from audience members on the efforts and forward-focused vision in Texas that supports public safety through person-centered programmatic efforts. We also brought back some promising practices and unique perspectives from other countries. Some of the key takeaways were that digital literacy is recognized as a human right, seek feedback from people with lived experiences, use of academic research to inform prison models, staff mentorship, career coaches, family counseling initiatives, housing models, food preparation in prison, the smart technology prison model, music and art programs, and the impact of collaboration, just to name a few. This is the list that we had to cut down because I was very excited about the conference.
Understood.
Additionally, we learned about countries with significant needs in prison management, hygiene, and overcrowding, and efforts to assist and humanize these areas. I'm in the process with meeting with my team to share practices that I believe we can modify to meet our needs and implement in Texas. The ability to work collaboratively across cultures is a skill set that holds immense value and potential. International collaboration equips our students with the essential skills of adaptability, communication, and understanding. It prepares them to thrive and contribute meaningfully to a universal workforce. Moreover, these collaborations serve as a source of inspiration, encouraging our educators to integrate unique teaching methods and approaches into their curriculum. This initiative exemplifies Windham's unwavering commitment to extending educational experiences beyond our conventional classrooms. Students are acquiring vital skills such as adaptability and creativity, which are essential in today's job market, ensuring their readiness for employment upon reentry. Windham School District is proud to serve as an example of innovative educational practices, and we eagerly anticipate engaging in more collaborative opportunities across our district in the future. This concludes my report, finally, and I will now pause for any questions.
Superintendent, we appreciate your report, and if you noticed, I said we weren't going to get any public comment, but I think we were getting a little public comment during that presentation. So appreciate your bearing with us there. But but I just want to comment that that this, what you presented here today, is just another sign. So as trustees, we often see a situation where you and members of your team are being leaders in coordinating with other states, but now we're actually seeing you be leaders in coordinating literally across the globe, and we very much appreciate the efforts that you're making, because again, we all appreciate and understand that none of us has a monopoly on ideas, and by engaging in these information sharing exercises, it helps everybody. So we really appreciate it. Any other questions or comments from members of the Board of Trustees?
May I also say once again, that we had such a good time last night, and your culinary arts students did such a good job on dinner, and I apologize for my really bad cookie decorating. I think they were disappointed, but yeah, we were. I know it was terrible, but it was absolutely a fabulous dinner.
Thank you. And it was very important that the students were able to engage with community members and experience a sense of normalcy in serving the food and engaging with you all. I very much appreciate that.
Yeah. And in the future, Sydney had the best cookie, for future reference.
Any other comments or questions from the board? If not, thank you, Superintendent.
Can I ask you, you talked about specialized housing in Czech Republic, I think is what you said, close to reentry. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that was like?
Yes, so there was a very purposeful use of furniture and design. So one of the things that we saw in terms of reentry housing was a housing area where you basically walk in, there's a day room that's like a living room, there's a kitchen where they're able to prepare their own food, a dormitory setting where you've got maybe 4 different areas where people are living together, private bathrooms. So it was really innovative. I think the furniture was something that we noticed, that just even the color of the paint on the walls. Mr. Collier and April Zamora and I all had the opportunity to observe that and take notes and start brainstorming. And I think that TBCJ, you'll likely hear from them at some point about some of the new incentivized areas that they're looking at. So I think that there are some good ideas that we picked up from that.
Thank you so much. I know we're looking at that kind of thing, so I was just curious what they presented.
It's neat, and we have some photos that we can share at a future meeting.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much, and thank you for all your work this year.
Thanks.
And thank you, Ms. Eicher. The next item on our agenda this morning is the chairman's report. And as everyone in this room knows, our board is honored to serve as the Windham School District Board of Trustees. It is our collective responsibility and privilege to work with the Windham administration and staff to ensure that every student in the district receives the opportunity to engage in individualized quality education that helps prepare that student to be a productive member of the community and workforce. One way that we hope to achieve this goal is by actively engaging as board members with Windham campuses, staff, and students. Collaborating with campuses allows us to witness firsthand the challenges and successes experienced in those classrooms. By fostering open lines of communication, not only with Windham administrators, but also with frontline staff, we hope to serve the district in its efforts to engage in the innovative teaching methods that you heard about this morning, enhancement of student learning, and strengthening of the overall educational experience. The foundation of effective engagement lies within meaningful participation. As members of this board, we achieve this in several ways, including attending campus events, speaking at graduations, participating on committees, and visiting those classrooms. In these small ways, we hope not only to show our support, but also to gain a deeper understanding of the unique qualities and talents of each of our campuses. We have learned along the way that one of the most impactful ways to connect with those students and staff is through those classroom visits. These oftentimes impromptu visits, which board members make as part of unit visits, provide valuable insights and perspective. There are opportunities to interact with students in a number of ways, including observing academic instruction and speaking directly to students as they participate in that instruction, testing driving career tools, as you see Pastor Sprinkle on the screen, and technical education simulators, and even cooking, as you just heard about from Judge Francis, alongside culinary arts students as they prepare an array of creative dishes. In addition, the board can become further involved with students through professional development initiatives such as mock interviews. Engaging directly with students in these mock interview sessions offers an opportunity for members of the board to offer valuable guidance and constructive feedback. By simulating real-life interview scenarios, board members can help students develop essential communication skills, boost confidence, and refine interview techniques. In recent instances of board participation, members have engaged in various activities to support partnerships and connect with students. For example, members have joined campus tours along with industry partners to interact with students and witness firsthand how they translate classroom instruction to real-world practice. Additional board members have participated in Windham professional development as guest speakers and have even joined the district in taking part in health and wellness challenges, something that's especially important during this holiday season. Active engagement between board members and Windham campuses is not just a responsibility, it is a privilege. We are pleased that we can do what we can to support the women and men of this district in making a lasting positive impact on student lives and on our community's future. And that ends the chairman's report. The next item on the agenda is a presentation on Windham Cognitive Behavioral Programs. Windham School District Education Specialist Jane Pavelka will be presenting today. Ms. Pavelka, will you please join us at the podium? And if you are ready, please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Superintendent Hartman, and board members. My name is Jane Pavelka, and I am an education specialist with the Windham School District. Windham is driven to provide valuable program opportunities to the individuals residing within the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to equip them with skills necessary to be successful upon reentry. Of the programs available through Windham are 2 courses specifically designed to address cognitive behavior: Changing Habits and Achieving New Goals to Empower Success, and the Cognitive Intervention Program. Changes is a 180-hour program offered to men and women at over 70 campuses across the district, geared towards students with 2 years of potential entry. Throughout the duration of the course, students are introduced to soft skills and necessary characteristics needed to productively navigate their communities and workforce. The Changes curriculum consists of in-depth, paramount concepts, including personal development, healthy relationships, living responsibly, drug education, psychological development, health education, and resources for reentry. These concepts are also essential to developing a healthy cognitive mindset, resulting in increased growth for the students, their families, and communities. In addition, Changes program prepares program participants to enter the workforce and evolving job market by utilizing templates for resume preparation and engaging in mock interviews to expose students to the reality of seeking employment. In addition, students whose driver's license was suspended under Section 521.372 of the Transportation Code due to drug offenses must complete 15 hours of drug education in order to be eligible for the license reinstatement. Through the Changes curriculum, students receive 27 to 30 hours of drug education and are awarded a drug education certificate that is provided to the Department of Public Transportation for license reinstatement if necessary. In the 22-23 school year, Windham added 5 new instructional videos specifically crafted to foster student success in effective interviews, law enforcement interactions, relaxation techniques, social interactions, and technology basics. Each video explores respective subject, elaborating on various factors that will bolster student prosperity. For example, in effective interviews, students are given resume tips, guidance on how to professionally dress for an interview, and insight on experiences that can be expected throughout the job search process. In technology basics, students are brought up to speed with the evolution of technology in the community, including internet safety and current technology devices. Each video ties in real-world examples to further understanding and importance. During the 22-23 school year, 8,158 students graduated from the Changes program with an invaluable array of skills that will enable them to effectively transition into their communities upon reentry. Also addressing cognitive behavior is CIP, present at 55 men and women's campuses within Windham. This 150-hour program specifically addresses thinking errors that potentially lead to criminal behavior by navigating how one's thoughts, beliefs, and attitudes are directly connected to behavior and impulse control. Through 14 lessons, students are able to learn how to meet their needs without infringing on the rights of others. CIP addresses valuable connections through a variety of instructional methods, including face-to-face lessons, role play, and interactive group exercises focused on interpersonal problem solving and soft skills. Video lessons are all included to provide students insight on how CIP curriculum prepares Windham graduates to utilize the skills acquired following program completion. Currently, the district is partnered with a filming company to document Texas-based scenarios following 2 to 3 residents as they re-enter their community. The film will capture their societal adjustment, including rebuilding family relationships, establishing stable living, and pursuing gainful employment. These films are instrumental in demonstrating to current students the impact that CIP curriculum can have on their future. Upon successful completion of the program, students experience an increase in self-esteem, providing them a sense of confidence as they continue to cultivate personal growth. A total of 4,667 students graduated from CIP in the 22-23 school year. Following successful completion of each respective program, students are presented a certificate at a graduation ceremony and provided an opportunity to celebrate their steps towards personal development and growth. Through these cognitive behavior programs, participants are also able to evaluate their decisions they have made that resulted in incarceration. By analyzing former mistakes, students are able to apply course material to determine better solutions should a similar situation present itself in the future. In order to ensure Windham's changes and CIP teachers are equipped with the necessary tools and best practices, training is provided along with established professional learning communities to allow networking with other cognitive behavior program instructors to provide ongoing success. Through these programs, students are equipped with the soft skills and resources required to lay down the foundation for a fruitful future. This concludes my report, and I will now pause for questions.
Ms. Pavelka, we really appreciate your comprehensive and incisive report. And
you,
this is an example of how I believe we can shine a light on the programming that happens within our district. And it circles back to my comments earlier that when we go to those classrooms where these courses are being taught, we can see the impact that these courses have on our students. But my question to you and to the superintendent is, how do we make efforts within the district to encourage members of TBCJ's population to engage and take advantage of opportunities like this?
Actually, a lot of times, Chairman, a lot of that is done through word of mouth. A lot of these students enter these classrooms not real sure if this is where they want to be, and within a short period of time, they understand, I need to be here.
And so that confirms for me that there's nothing like the peer-to-peer support and talking about these programs and helping to foster them.
Absolutely.
Additionally, we have student advisors at each campus that are responsible for looking at individualized treatment program needs and calling in prospective students, talking with them about what the coursework entails and how it will be of benefit. And they make a collaborative decision then. Certainly, we have moved away from telling the student what they need to do to engaging the student in conversation about what their interests are and what their goals are.
It's fantastic. Other questions or comments from members of the Board of Trustees?
Thank you.
If not, thank you very much, Ms. Pavelka, for your presentation. The next item on the agenda is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding purchases and contracts over $500,000. Windham School District Chief Financial Officer, Mr. O'Banion, will again be presenting on this today. Mr. O'Banion, if you are ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman, members. Under tab F of your board packet, you'll see a request for board approval of a purchase over $500,000. We recommend awarding this purchase to GED Testing Service. The contract includes fees related to students taking the high school equivalency test for a period of 3 years and 8 months, beginning January 1st, 2024 through August 31st, 2027. The projected total for this contract is $1.8 million. The GED Testing Service exam consists of 4 separate parts, content areas to include mathematics, reasoning through language arts, science, and social studies. The fee schedule is $20 for each subtest and includes 2 retest opportunities within a 12-month period. Additionally, it includes $6.25 jurisdictional administrative fee for each of the 4 subtests and allows for administering an established number of GED-ready exams in each subtest area to establish a student's readiness to take one of the subtests. GED Testing Service is an approved vendor under contract with the State Board of Education to provide the high school equivalency test and has consistently been our provider in the past. Funding for this contract is included in this year's fiscal budget and will be incorporated into future budgets. At this time, I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. O'Banion. Are there any questions about this? Ambassador Siv.
I'm just interested in the mechanics of the testing. When an applicant takes the test, how fast does he or she get the result? Is it right away or you do it?
I'll take that.
All right. online?
So basically, this is an offline version of the test. So
Okay.
the test administrator has to take the laptop to the staff station, plug it in, and download the test. Then they take the test to the student computer lab, which is offline, plug it in there, administer the test. When the students are all finished, they take the laptop back to the staff station, put it back into the internet, and that's when it starts downloading scores and results. So there's a process for the vendor to receive the tests, score them, and send it back. It is a very quick process. So if our bandwidth is being kind to us on the day, you can receive it back if it's one test in a matter of minutes. And if the technology is being problematic, we may be looking at the next morning before we get the results.
I see, so 24 hours at the.
Yes, yes.
Well, if, somebody like me who does not do very well at tests, how many times can you take it? And if you fail the first time, let's say the score is 80, I got a 30, how many times can I take it again?
So really, in a year, you can take it up to 3 times, but if someone fails a test, that's an indicator to us that remediation is needed. So we're not necessarily going to put someone right back on the test. We're going to bring them back into the classroom, see where they need to enhance those skills, or potentially have a conversation with them, and if they divulge that they're a student with a disability, and they may need additional time. Hopefully that's something we would identify well before they sit for the test, but sometimes people perform very well in the classroom and then they get to the test, and that occasionally will be an issue. Usually we can identify that in advance. So there are some accommodations available too.
Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, Ambassador Siv. Any other questions on this agenda item? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Windham School District Board of Trustees approve the purchases and contracts over $500,000 as presented.
I have a pending motion. Is there a second? Did I hear a second from that end of the table? I heard a second from Judge Francis. So a motion has been made, it's been seconded by Judge Francis. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. O'Banion. Our next item on the agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed revision of Windham Board Policy 07.11, Leaves and Absences. Windham School District General Counsel, Mr. Eric Brown, will be presenting on this today. Mr. Brown, if you are ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols, members, Superintendent Hartman. In the recent regular legislative session, Senate Bill 222 became law, entitling state employees to 40 days of paid leave while on FML leave for the birth of a child, or 20 days of paid leave for the birth of a child by their spouse or a surrogate, or for the adoption of a child. This paid leave may be taken without first exhausting personal or sick leave. The proposed revisions to Board Policy 711 would make paid parental leave available to Windham employees in the same manner as state employees. The remaining changes generally were made for clarification and formatting. I'll pause now for questions.
So, Mr. Brown, does this bring us in full compliance with the law that was recently passed?
Well, Chairman, because Windham employees are not state employees, that law did not apply strictly to Windham employees, but we're adopting this for Windham as if we were state employees.
It's a matter of good practice and make sure everyone is being treated fairly and equally.
That's right, Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. Any other questions about this proposed agenda item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, sir, I move that the Windham Schools Board of Trustees approve the revision of Windham Board Policy 7.11, leaves and absences as so adeptly presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Judge Francis. It has been seconded by Judge Johnson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. I think that one deserves a round of applause. I think it does. I again thank all of you for coming here today. That completes our business for today. The next meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees will take place on Friday, February 9th, 2024 in Austin, Texas. There being no further business, the 339th meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees is now adjourned. It is 9:09 a.m. Thank you. And we'll take a brief recess and we'll get back on the Business and Finance Operations Committee.
Operations Committee is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. A quorum of the committee is present, and the meeting is now declared open. The time is 9:18. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. Are there any amendments or objections to the proposed amendments as presented? All right. Having none, the minutes as presented on the agenda will stand as approved. And the next item on the agenda is a report from the Facilities Division Director, Ron Hudson, on the status of board-approved projects. Mr. Hudson, please join us at the podium. You're already there. And if you're ready, please begin.
All right, good morning, Mr. Welch, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, members. I'd like to provide an update on the status of board-approved projects. Item number 1 is the Michael Unit Roofing Project. This project is currently 34% complete. The contractor continues working on building 1 roof, which is the admin building. All roof membrane has been installed, and contractor is completing punch list items. Contractor plans to move to building 3 next, which is inmate housing. Item number 2 is the Crane Unit Roofing Project to replace the roof at the reception satellite. This project is complete. Item number 3 is the Mumford Unit Roofing Project. This project is currently 85% complete. The contractor is working on section A1, which is inmate housing, and A3, which is the mechanical room. Additionally, contractor has completed work on outlying buildings, front gate, sub-armory, telephone building roofs. This project continues to move forward. Item number 4 is the Gesture 3 Unit Roofing Project. This project is currently 40% complete. The contractor is completing the roof on east side of Area Q, which is inmate housing cell block 7 and 8. All remaining items on this section is to install the exhaust fans. The west side of Area Q roof is also nearing completion, which is inmate housing cell blocks 9 and 10. Contractor plans to move to the east side K building next, which is inmate housing cell blocks 1 and 2. Item number 5 is the Ramsey Unit Roofing Project. This project is currently 74% complete. Contractor is working on detail work, such as trim work and coping metal cover over the wall. HVAC equipment is on site and will be installed next. Item number 6 is the Holiday Unit Design-Only Project to construct a new training facility. This design-only project is currently 11% complete. Item number 7 is the Lionel Design-Only Project to make structural repairs inmate housings J1 through J4. This design-only project is currently 11% complete. Item number 8 is the Chase Field Refurbish and Repair Water Towers 1 and 2 and Ground Storage Tank. This project is currently 89% complete. This project is nearing completion. Final coat of paint is being applied on exterior of Water Tower number 2 as scaffolding is being removed. Item number 9 is the Robertson Unit Project to add electronic water controls. This project is currently 90% complete. Electronic water control systems installation is completed in all buildings. Remaining work consists of pre-final and final inspections. The last 3 months, while bringing the buildings online with the ICON system, we have seen a reduction of 29.4 million gallons of water, which is a 48% reduction in usage so far. This is saved on our utility cost $244,000 so far. Item number 10 is the Michael Unit Project to repair and replace the fire line restrictive housing 12 building. This project is currently 99% complete. Final inspection has been completed with only minor punch list items remaining. Item 11 is the Chase Field repair fire alarm systems and install fire suppression systems in building 2040. This project is currently 84% complete. Contractor continues working on electrical, controls, plumbing, and pumps in the mechanical room for the fire suppression system. Item number 12 is the Telford Unit Project to replace hot water and steam piping. This project is complete. Item number 13 is the Johnson Unit Project to install emergency power to multiple locations. This project is currently 3% complete. 2 of the generators have been received, with the remaining 2 generators scheduled for January. Item number 14 is the Beto Unit Project to install HVAC and A, B, C, and D housing, design only. This project is currently pending contract award. Item number 15 is the Johnston Unit Project to install air conditioning systems building B1, B2, B3 in pods 1 through 9. This project is currently 95% complete. All units are now operational and pre-final inspection is pending. Item number 16 is the GIST unit install air conditioning systems in building A. This project is currently 42% complete. Contractor has mobilized and installation has begun. Item number 17 is the Ramsey unit replace Region 3 training buildings. This project is currently 39% complete. Contractor has installed roof decking and preparing to install the roof system. This project continues to move forward. Item number 18 is the Conley unit install monitored pulse fence detection system. This project is currently 75% complete and installation is still ongoing. Item number 19 is the Telford unit install monitored pulse fence detection system. This project is complete. This concludes my project status update. I will stand by for any questions you may have.
Are there any questions from the board?
Just a couple of questions, Mr. Hudson. So first on the air conditioning projects. It's heartening to see that we're actually putting money that the legislator has entrusted to add cool beds to use. Now, is there any way that members of the public can actually monitor in another way, other than this board meeting, the progress on those projects?
They can. We have a website out there now that they can actually go onto the TBCJ website and they can click onto an icon that has to do with AC projects. And every month I work with Amanda Hernandez, and she'll update that report every month on the progress we're making on our AC projects.
And this can be accessed through the TDCJ website?
Yes, sir. This can be accessed through the TBCJ website. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. The second question deals with this water conservation effort. I don't want to lose a headline on this, so did you say a 48% reduction? Did I hear that correctly?
Through the first 3 months of all buildings being operational, we have saved 48% reduction on water. Yes, sir.
And the cost savings associated with that?
So far for the first 3 months was $244,000 cost savings on our utility billing so far.
And is this we're just limited to one unit, or are we trying to roll this out to other units as well?
This is our fourth unit we've installed this on. We're in the process of doing the Conley unit next, and we're working on preparing the paperwork now to send in to the State Energy Conservation Office.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Hudson, I noticed on 2 sheets of projects there, a number of them with revised completion dates that are already several months past.
Yes, sir. On some of those that have already passed, we had ran into some issues with either material coming in. For instance, on the generators, that revision date keeps getting pushed out because we just keep waiting on equipment, or we've had some delay on some raw materials coming in, like roofing material, for instance. Yes, sir.
Those are being monitored going forward, though.
Yes, sir. Those are being monitored. Yes, sir.
Any other? Okay, thank you, Mr. Hudson. We have 3 more items for us.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
All right, this morning I will be presenting 3 new projects for consideration this morning to the board. The first project for consideration is to replace the chiller systems 1, 2, and 3 multiple locations at the Clements unit. This work comprises of installing 3 new 150-ton chillers each, 3 new chilled water pumps, 1 new cooling tower, 3 new condenser water pumps, new controls, all new chilled water and condenser water piping, as well as new components within the central plant. The electrical scope of work will provide power to the new mechanical equipment and upgrades to the emergency power system at the unit. The existing backup generator will be modified to provide emergency power to the entire facility. The age of the current system that is there now is 27 years old, and the chiller compressor system that is there now is failing, along with the piping system, pumps, and cooling tower. There is a warranty that will come with the new equipment. 2 bids were received for this project in October of 2023. If approved, the work will be performed by HTX Industries, LLC, out of Houston, Texas. Total estimated program cost is $4,719,900. I'll pause for any questions. Okay, that building that we're going to be replacing is the ECB, which is our expansion cell block that's out there at the Clements unit now. That system, as I mentioned a while ago, is 27 years old. It currently has a chilled water system there now, which is a more efficient type of system than like an HTX, like one at your house, one of those. So a chilled water is actually going to use chilled water to chill the process of that air that goes into that building, which is a more efficient way of chilling air. Yes, ma'am.
Water treatment plant in Ferguson is obviously the most expensive one. In your thinking, how long does it take from conception to construction to completion?
On which one is that going to be?
The water treatment plant in Ferguson.
The water treatment plant at Ferguson, got that number right here. It'll be construction duration, once it's approved, will be about 600 days.
600 days.
Yes, sir.
So approximately 2 years, right?
Approximately 2 years on that project.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You may want to just give them an idea of the extensive nature of the Ferguson project.
Okay, well, that project's
when
next,
you
so
get
let me,
to that,
so let me present that one to the board. Okay, no more questions on the first one, we'll go to the water treatment plant. Okay, the next project for consideration is to construct the water treatment plant at the Ferguson unit. The work will consist of constructing a new 1.5 million gallon per day potable water plant that will treat groundwater from 3 existing water wells to remove hydrogen sulfide through aeration and provide disinfection that will generally include raw groundwater pre-treatment, including water quality sampling and analysis, and sulfuric acid feed from downward pH adjustment. Hydrogen sulfide removal through degasification, including an air stripping system. Transfer pumps to convey aerated water to storage. Post-aeration chemical feed for upward pH adjustment and chlorination. A finished water storage tank and 2 steel ground water storage tanks that will be 150,000 gallons each. High service pumps for potable water delivery to the existing elevated storage tanks that's there now. That is 100,000 gallons. A chemical and control building to house the electrical and control room and chemical feed equipment that is 1,900 square foot building. Also, it will include a sulfuric acid bulk storage chemical containment area, and also electrical power supply transformer and switchgear. It will also be equipped with its own backup generator. And it will also have a new access road to the new water treatment plant. The underground storage tank that's there now is 62 years old and it is concrete. There have been multiple repairs to the cracks of the current water treatment plant that is there now. And the demolition of the old plant that is there now is included in this project when the new system is online and approved by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. 3 bids were received for this project in September of 2023, and if approved, the work will be performed by Thomas Controls, Inc. out of East Brunswick, New Jersey, at a total estimated program cost of $16,811,600. So, and we will be supplying our own water by this treatment plant that we will be putting in. We will not have to buy water from a local municipality or anything. Yes. Yep. I pause for any questions.
Before you made the presentation. You know that verse, I hear before you ask.
Yes, sir.
But anyway, now that you made the presentation, I have one more question. How many facilities in the area can you feed with that water plant?
That one plant will take care of the Ferguson unit.
Only the Ferguson unit?
Only the Ferguson unit, and they use, because that's one of our bigger ag operations, and their population there at the Ferguson unit is a little over 3,000 inmates.
Okay.
Plus, they have a pretty significant ag operation there, and they use about 35 million gallons of water a day is what they use.
35 million?
35 million gallons per month, not a day, per month, sorry.
Okay.
So that's going to save us again, how much?
The payback on that, when I put that together, the payback on that, if we had to buy our own water on an average of what we pay now, somewhere between $4 and $13, depending on where that is, and I figured that just on an average, the payback on this water treatment plant will be right around 6 years. Yep. All right, y'all ready for the third project?
Ready for the third one.
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
The final project for consideration is to replace the clarifier wastewater treatment plant at the Michael unit. The work will consist of removing and replacing all metal components to include the drive assembly, scraper mechanism, skirt, effluent weir, effluent pipe, inlet trough, race skimmer, bridge assembly with handrail, scum pipe with lever arm, and electrical service. The interior concrete clarifier containment shall be repaired and coated with a protective liner. This project will conform to all Texas Commission on Environment and Texas Quality Codes and regulations concerning health and safety. The age of this equipment is 42 years old. It will come with a 1-year warranty. If approved, one bid was received for this project in October of 2023. If approved, the work will be performed by McKinney and Moore of Texas, LLC, out of Tyler, Texas. Total estimated program cost is $2,456,100. I stand for any questions.
No questions from the board? In that case, thank you, Mr. Hudson. Appreciate the detailed explanations.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I guess there being no further business, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Business and Financial Operations Committee is now adjourned, and the time is 9:35. There's the hammer.
The meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Correctional Institutions Committee is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meeting Act. A quorum of the committee is present, and the meeting is now declared open. It is 9:35. The first item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. Are there any amendments or objection to the proposed minutes presented? Hearing none, the minutes as presented on the agenda will stand approved. Our next item on the agenda is the Correctional Institutions Division presentation on structural integrity. Director Ron Hudson will be presenting today. Mr. Lumpkin and Mr. Hudson, please join us at the podium. If you are ready, please proceed.
Good morning, Ambassador Siv, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, members. This morning I will be presenting and updating the board on a presentation on structural integrity. Mr. Lumpkin and myself wanted to update the board on some of the initiatives we have been working on collaboratively on together and with other divisions. Go to the other slide. Yeah, next slide. And the three key points we're going to hit on today are identified facilities division as a component of 80-10-20 program and the revised policies. The second bullet we'll hit on today is shared assessments and responsibilities across divisions lines. And then the third bullet we'll talk about today will be on enhanced staff training at all levels. You know, you're probably asking yourself, what is 80-10-20? You know, and that stands for Administrative Directive 10.20. What this is this is an agency policy that is a system-wide standardized facility deficiency detection and reporting process that ensures the facilities are maintained in proper operating conditions and safe repair. Every employee, and I stress every employee that works on a facility, is responsible for identifying and reporting facility deficiencies, especially hazards that could pose a threat to the safety, security, and well-being of staff, inmates, and or visitors. A successful 80-10-20 program assists in reducing deficiencies and extends the life of our facilities. You know, when you talk about defining the proponent, within that policy now, you know, like you would think that you know, a proponent, because we're all collaboratively working on this, myself, CID, the Armed Division, we all are, But what we decided is that the facilities needed to be the proponent over the actual policy. So they are the stakeholder, they're the ones that's going to be over the policy. So what we did is we went back and we revised some of the things within the policy. For instance, to address more clarification of requirements for each department head and their employee representatives and what their role is in actually identifying and reporting those deficiencies on that inspection law, which is an 8084 law. Some of the other things that we went back and looked at was actually going back and explaining what the infrastructure is within that policy, because the definition was really vague. So some of the things that we went back and looked at was adding things as plumbing, lighting, fencing, razor wire, barbed wire, doors, gates, bars, windows, the locking systems, which identifies exactly what instructional integrity is on those items, and that these items will be repaired in the utmost urgency whenever we have one of those things that's reported. And I want to stress that as we move into the third section minute and we talk about that training part of that, that's something that we've really been stressing to our staff out there on these units, is the utmost urgency whenever we identify these deficiencies, getting those things fixed in a timely manner and getting those things identified. One other thing on another initiative front, within the facilities division, we have a 5-person team now that actually goes out and they do audits. It's 69 questions that we ask, and we audit every unit on a 3-year basis. The audit tool is for tool management, preventative maintenance, equipment management, refrigerant management, inventory management, work order management, and environmental compliance. And in the last year, we've added 20 questions on core competency that has to do with inmate management and security. And then within the last few months, we've added 7 questions that has to do with the 1020 program management that addresses administrative responsibilities, documentation, tracking of deficiencies, identification of representations, establishment of timeframes, and prioritizations of deficiencies on when we're going to be making those timely repairs. One other thing that we're doing new, as part of our initiative, part of that is when we find those findings on the 1020 program, now those 7 questions, and once this policy is actually put in place and is updated, that's actually going to go from about 7 questions to about 10 questions that we'll be asking on our audit tool once that policy is updated, and we're done with that. But what we're going to do is, and something that's new on the initiative, is immediately after that audit happens, myself, Mr. Lumpkin, and Mr. Dunbar in the ARM division will get an email on those deficiencies, so we know immediately that what we have to respond on and get those deficiencies fixed immediately. So we're all 3 being notified immediately after that audit takes place. Is an initiative that we put in place on that. And then 30 days after that, they got to have action plans for my team, Mr. Lumpkin's team, and Mr. Dunbar's team on corrective action of how we're going to make sure that 1020 program is working on those units. And then in 90 days, we're going to do a follow-up to make sure that what we said on those action plans are actually taking place. So that's part of the initiatives we've taken place on that. And I'm going to let Mr. Lumpkin talk about his security assessments that he's doing and some of the initiatives he has going on in his area.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, Master Civ members, Mr. Collier. As mentioned, I'll cover, next slide, thank you, Mike. Security assessments. So security assessments is a program that reports directly to my office. The office was created in the spring of 2022, early spring of 2022. Previous to that, security assessments were done by one of our 6 geographic regional offices. So units within your region, you were tasked with, as a regional director, doing a security assessment of your operations. We moved that to a central office function just to ensure, the regional directors were doing a good job, but just to ensure that across the board, like prototype units, like findings or challenges, or streamlined as far as identifying and ensuring across the board that they're addressed. So the security assessment process works on a 2-year basis. All prison facilities, whether they're within the CID division or within the private facilities contract monitor and oversight division, secure facilities go through a 2-year review. It does not have to wait for a 2-year review for a unit to have a review. For instance, a couple examples, post-Lopez, Mr. Collier directed that all facilities go through a security assessment on the heels of the Lopez incident. So within a 90-day period, all facilities went through a security assessment. Also, we could do a special review. For example, I mentioned that we do assess the private facilities prison units, but after the transition of the Dieball unit, the Estes unit, And the Bell unit, just this past late summer, within 90 days, actually within 60 days, we did a security assessment of each of those. But beyond that, it rotates on a 2-year cycle. Within the security assessment process, the members that go out to review a facility all times of the day, not just 8 to 5. They'll look at the lighting. There'll also be a member from the facilities division part of that team. And regardless of rank structure of the team or the member from facilities, the rank doesn't matter. If you see something, you identify it and we get it addressed. Some of the items that our 30 checklist, there's 30 checklists that cover regarding security assessment, look at anything from roof access, roof conditions, fence, the razor ribbon on the fence, washout areas, lighting, IT, anything they identify that relates to IT concerns, whether it be within a factory operation or within another department. Before that team leaves the facility, they communicate with the senior warden. They don't wait for the report of any concerns that need to be addressed immediately, not to wait for a report 30 or 60 days later, that they're addressed immediately. Also, the Security Assessment Office communicates those findings to the respective division director if it is another division director involved, whether it be Mr. Hudson, Ms. Clark with IT, Mr. Parker with a TCI issue, or Mr. Lewis with an agriculture issue. Those are immediately also communicated. In addition, we also recently, in 80-10-20, the last bullet talks about officers being placed back on staffing plans. So we did a scrub of our staffing plans a couple years back. We had a number of correctional officers that were basically performing a role that wasn't necessarily a correctional officer based. It was an alternate in the law library, an alternate in the grievance process. We worked closely with Mr. Collier, Mr. Dunbar, to identify some of those where we actually could bring the correctional officer back onto the shift, doing a correctional officer duty, and backfilling those positions with a free world administrative type position. At the time, we did look at the 1020 officers, which is an officer that helps support, just as we're covering today, the physical structure of the facility. We did initially want to take those off and just lean on Mr. Hudson's operation. However, we have quickly learned and that is not sustainable. And it's actually, to some wardens' credits, they actually kept that program going. So those are going back on the staffing plan. Some already had them on there still, but we'll do that across the board and continue to support the program. And again, it's a shared responsibility. Mr. Hudson, myself, and the other division directors in the room. It's just not a CID issue, just not a facilities issue. It is shared responsibility to ensure that we're protecting the public and that our facilities are strong and secure. Thank you.
And then the last item we're going to talk about is our enhanced training. You know, in the facility division, we talk about 1020, unit-based training for administrations, department supervisors, and all representatives. In the first slide, if you've seen a gentleman up there standing in front of a room on the very first slide, that was a trainer from our area that's gone out to the units. So far, we have trained 80 of our units on 1020 training. It's where we send staff out to the units, where every department head, to include the unit warden, is in that meeting, and we do training on, what is reportable, the log you use on the 8084 or on the 8084 form, or whether it's the yearly work order log, where the unit warden or the risk manager on that unit has to inspect that log monthly to ensure that every department is reporting their deficiencies. So that's all part of that training process that we reinstituted back out on the units. And then also, what we've done since the lockdown in our areas is part of the lock training is we pulled all the inmates off of our lock crews temporarily, and we've gone back out, and so far to date we've trained 85 of our units back on how to properly work on a lock. From all of our supervisors, our unit supervisors, to our lock technicians. If you're going to put your hands on a lock, we're going back through and we're training all of our staff on how to do that. And right now we're at 85 units right now on getting that lock training done. We've also we've instituted a new training called new units for our new unit supervisors training, and we're covering all of that in that training too. And right now we have trained every one of our new unit supervisors over the last year on how to be a unit supervisor. And then also on that, we have also instituted a training in the facility division called core competency training. that you heard me talk about that a while ago on our checklist, on our risk assessments. Right now, we've trained 96% of all of our employees in the facility division on what core competencies are. And then also in the administrative review and risk management area, on what Mr. Dunbar and his team have done, is they've gone back and they've trained all of their risk managers on the units on identifying and reporting those discoveries, on the work order log monthly. I talked about that a while ago. But then another thing that they're also training all the risk managers on is on OSHA standards. Right now, I visited with Mr. Dunbar yesterday. 60% of all their staff now have also been trained on OSHA safety and health administration training for unit-based risk managers. So 60% of their employees have also went through that training of how to actually look at things from a risk manager standpoint, what they're going to be looking at. And then the last thing I'll talk about is Mr. Yaber's division on the training and leader development division, some of the things that they're doing in the pre-service academy. If you'll look here on the picture here, that's actually a training sergeant actually out with cadets, training them on how to walk a facility and fill out that inspection log. So that's part of their initial training now that they're doing now with the COs when they come in, some of that practical training. And then part of that on-the-job training you see down there, because the training that they might do at the training academy might not be the same type of unit that they're doing their pre-service academy on. So they're getting another round of how to identify those deficiencies as they walk around each day in their daily duties, so it's more unit specific. And then they're also getting that training again in their in-service training again. They're getting a refresher again each year when they go back to in-service. They're getting that training also. So like Mr. Lumpkin said, and I said also, this is a collaborative effort. All the divisions are on board. We know how important this is to be sure that our unit stays safe and secure on a daily basis for our staff and for the inmates alike. So I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you both for the presentation. On admin 1020, I presume you identify the problems before it occurs, right? You identify the problems and you report and you fix them. Are there any instances where you suddenly the problems happen and I don't want to say you failed, but you didn't see the problems coming? Are there any instances?
Well, if it's an emergency and we see it like a fence down, a razor wire missing, or something that could pose that rises to that utmost urgency, we're going to fix that right then. But we're also going to put that on that form so we document that so we can get a work order created. Now, if it's something like a plumbing issue or a lighting issue, as that correctional officers walk around, or if it's in the library, or if it's in the medical or in the schoolhouse or wherever that is, they are to put that on that 80-10-20 inspection log. And at the end of the day, that's turned in within 24 hours to maintenance. So maintenance knows if they got an issue in their medical department or if they got an issue here. But if it's a water leak that water's running constantly, we're going to get on that right now. But if it's something that can wait till tomorrow, then we're going to work on that, like tomorrow or probably the next day.
And I would just add that unfortunately, on a few post incidents, yes, we have identified an area where the razor ribbon through weathered conditions has been impacted and was not identified by staff. After any rainstorm, wardens are looking for washouts under a fence area. So it's an ongoing process, and unfortunately, we have had somewhere we identified something post-incident review. But one thing I didn't mention but should is that you don't have to be wearing a uniform. You don't have to be working in the CID. Anybody that walks on a facility, whether they're assigned to that facility or not, has the absolute latitude to report a deficiency they may see to prevent that it's not post-incident that we discover it.
Thank you. I know you talk about facilities, but I want to interject the equipment. I had a chance to climb the tower in Abilene, and I was put the harness on. So fortunately, the harness held onto my weight. Because imagine falling from 30 feet, I mean, it's not going to be a pleasant one. So you have very good equipment because I'm still alive.
I'm glad they put the harness on you, sir.
Thank you very much. Any other question, please?
We're very thankful for that, Ambassador.
Yeah, I was just wondering, we saw a lot of birds at the Ferguson unit. Is that a problem? I mean, they were holding on to
They
the
love
wire.
that barbed wire.
Right. Is that creating a problem for us?
Thousands.
The type of lighting system, and of course, could attract flying insects. So you may see a large population of birds. As far as is not necessarily a problem. Of course, sanitation, ensuring that
Right.
we clean up any remnants of that. But we've not had any noted safety concerns
Right.
or structural impact to do that, just a nuisance.
So they're not eating on the wires or anything like
No,
that?
no, ma'am.
Okay.
I very much appreciate the presentation, and as we all know, we have an aging infrastructure. I mean, Mr. Colley or Mr. Lumpkin, Mr. Hudson, you can correct me, but I believe we've got up to 11 facilities that were built over 100 years ago. And I think the last unit that we have currently in operation was built sometime in the 90s, is that correct? Or was it?
The Lopez unit was the last, I believe, unit we built. I believe that was in 1997 was the last one we built.
Yes, sir. So with that in mind, we just really appreciate the attention to detail on these assessments, because when you have aging infrastructure in a climate like Texas, we all know what happens. And so the fact that we're taking another look, a fresh look, at our ability to identify these structural integrity issues, I think is a very, very good sign. So I appreciate that.
Any other question?
I do have one that I'd like to ask about. First, I want to compliment you on the high percentage of completions in terms of the training and the collaboration that you have. But the concern going forward is, okay, that's done now. A year from now, 2 years from now, with the turnover that we have, you're going to have a lot of people that we're not in that training. You get annual in-service training with your COs, is that correct? But what about everybody else? What kind of recurring and periodic training have you got plans for to make sure that we stay on top of this now and on into the future?
You know, what we're gonna plan on doing is, you know, at least every year, if not every other year, try to turn around and redo our 10-20 training, either on a yearly basis or a biannual basis, so we can be sure that we get those new employees covered. I know in facilities, we're gonna continue to do that. We'll work with other divisions to see what works for them, and we'll try to get something where we make that a recurring deal, so.
And there's also other staff other than uniform staff that are required to go through the in-service training that would also receive that refresher.
Yes.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Lumpkin and Mr. Hudson, for the presentation. There being no further business, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Correctional Institutions Committee is now adjourned. It is 9:56.
Good morning to all in attendance in person, as well as to all of those attending virtually. The 232nd meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda posted in the Texas Register. Members of the board present for this meeting include myself, Eric Nichols, Vice Chair Faith Johnson, Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow, Judge Molly Francis, Ambassador Sishan Siv, Nate Sprinkle, Bill Welch, and Sidney Zeiker. A quorum of the board is present, and the meeting is now declared open. This meeting is being conducted in person and is also being broadcast on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice YouTube channel. It is 9:57 a.m. I now ask Pastor Nate Sprinkle to introduce Mr. C.F. Hazelwood to offer a word of prayer as we start our meeting.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols. Before we begin our meeting with a word of prayer, I would like to introduce TBCJ Deputy Director of Religious Services, Carlton C.F. Hazelwood. He's a man that's a friend, a mentor to many in the room. We know him to be a fine man of God. In addition, he's served the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for over 40 years, working within divisions such as the Correctional Institutions Division, Manufacturing and Logistics Division, and now currently with the Rehabilitations Programs Division. Mr. Hazelwood also has been senior pastor for the Fellowship of Huntsville Church for 26 years. With that being said, Mr. Hazelwood, would you do us the honor of opening our meeting with a word of prayer?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Let us pray. Father God, we come before you this morning, and Lord, as we do so, we just thank you for who you are and all that you've done for us. We're grateful for this opportunity. We could freely gather here and conduct the business of this agency. I pray for leadership of this board. I pray for leadership of our agency, that you would grant them wisdom, skill, and discernment in the decisions that they make, that those decisions would be coupled with good judgment and compassion for all. I pray for our staff. I pray for their protection and care, especially during this holiday time. I pray for the inmates in our facilities and for their care and protection also. And Lord, we just give you this time and this board and ask that the business that be done here be to the benefit of all as wise stewards of the resources of this state. And we ask your blessings upon it. And we pray this in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Hazelwood.
Thank you, Pastor Sprinkle, and thank you, Mr. Hazelwood. And we intend as a board to recognize in a special way, in a thoughtful way, the religious men and women who help to inspire our population with their religious services as we begin our meetings and invocations. So we appreciate Mr. Hazelwood getting us started in that effort. As a courtesy to speakers and guests in the meeting, please turn your electronic devices to the silent or vibrate mode. Thank you. Again, I would like to recognize public officials and our staff representatives with us here today in person or virtually. Thank you for being present and for your support, and we very much appreciate the attendance of so many in person here today. The Texas Board of Criminal Justice is committed to providing an opportunity for public presentation on posted agenda topics, as well as public comments on issues within its jurisdiction as provided in Board Rule 151.4. Persons interested in speaking at today's meeting were required to complete and submit a registration card at least 10 minutes prior to the meeting's posted start time. On posted agenda topics, 6 speaker registration cards were received by board staff prior to that deadline. As the presentation, any of these presentations is germane to an agenda item, these comments will be heard just prior to the board taking action on that topic. If the individual is not present when called upon, he or she will forfeit the opportunity to speak on that topic. All speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to make a presentation today. A red light on the timer in front of me will notify each presenter when time has expired. And regarding conduct and decorum, my default expectation is that we are all professionals and will treat each other with the respect and dignity that each of us deserves. But if I determine a presenter or spectator is being disruptive, they will be asked to immediately cease or leave the meeting, and if necessary, be escorted out. Ladies and gentlemen, we start this meeting with a very somber reflection, and I will ask Mr. Collier to lead us in that.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols. On November 13th, 2003, we lost a valued member of our TBCJ family in the line of duty. Wainwright Unit Correctional Officer Jovian Motley was killed as he and other team members attempted to extract a non-compliant inmate from a cell at the unit. Jovian was only 27 years old and had worked for our agency for a little over 1 year. He was a remarkable young man and the type of employee that we all strive to be. His courage and commitment serve as a testament for each of us. Our hearts were and continue to be broken at this loss of a man and a team member taken from all of us much too early.
And if I might add, Mr. Collier, that many of Officer Motley's co-workers, members of TBCJ management, and members of this board were honored to be able to attend his memorial service and as his mortal body was laid to rest. Across TDCJ and the Windham School District, our deepest sympathies have been and continue to be with Officer Motley's family, friends, and his co-workers, including those at the Wainwright unit. Officer Motley's sacrifice to others is a solemn reminder of the bravery exhibited every day by the men and women in law enforcement, corrections, and throughout TDCJ. Officer Motley will never be forgotten, and we, along with TDCJ, are following up to ensure that there will be a permanent memorial in his honor to recognize Officer Motley and his sacrifice. At this time, please join the board in a moment of silence in memory and in honor of Officer Jovian Motley. Thank you. Today's proposed consent items are listed in the board's posted agenda, and for excused absences will include an excused absence for Dr. Rodney Burrow from the board's October 13th, 2023 meeting. Are there any objections, amendments, or abstentions to the proposed consent items? Hearing none, the consent items posted for this meeting's agenda will stand approved. The next item on our agenda for this morning will be a report from our Executive Director, Mr. Brian Collier. And Mr. Collier, I understand you have 3 topics for us today. If you are ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols and Board. I'd first like to provide you with an update on agency staffing. The majority of our TDCJ divisions have experienced improvements in staffing over the past year. This largely due to the consolidation of many positions, which helped us improve the salary levels of more of our critical positions. Our correctional and parole officer staffing continues to remain a significant challenge, and we continue to focus on improving recruiting while also focusing on retention in those areas. We've seen modest improvements in our correctional officer retention over the past year. During the past 90 days, we launched our new correctional officer survey, and Andy Barbie is compiling the results of our first round, which will be utilized to help us identify ways that we can improve retention. This is a survey that can be done on your personal phone, and anonymous survey that goes to a third-party vendor to actually provide us with the results. It's quick, easy to do, and we've had a very good turnout from the staff that received that random survey this first round. These results will be shared to you, but they'll also be shared on our social media page to help encourage participation in the officer survey. With your recent approval of Board Rule 151.54 related to tuition reimbursement, this week we were able to award 27 employees with tuition assistance for the spring 2024 college semester. This is the first time that our agency has ever been able to help employees as they further their education goals. Also wanted to take a moment, sir, and board, and reflect a little bit on 2023 as we come to the end of this year. As we come to the end of 2023, we'll remember this year as a year of significant successes, yet also a year of many challenges. We had many significant accomplishments, such as the completion of our tablet rollout, a very successful legislative session that provided some level of funding in every area we requested. These items collectively will take our agency years ahead in a very short time frame and will have a lasting impact on the agency for years to come. In 2023, we also expanded peer programming at several locations and recently have begun initial phases of incentive housing at several of our facilities. We improved our security protocols by moving to an electronic mail format for inmates and are implementing the remaining steps to screen all incoming legal, mail, books, and pamphlets. We made strides in community supervision by testing new and potentially more effective supervision methods in the community and continue to work on releasee employment opportunities. 2023 also brought many challenges, with increased inmate violence in our facility, much of which was linked to an increase in narcotics being smuggled into our facilities through the paper mail. Through the hard work of our staff during our statewide lockdown, we were able to identify and eliminate many forms of dangerous contraband and have seen a decrease in negative behavior since the completion of the lockdown. Near the end of this year, we faced the very tragic loss of Wainwright Officer Joe Van Motley, and we continue to mourn with his family, friends, and coworkers over his loss. Looking ahead into 2024, we as an agency must continue our focus to strengthen our system by successfully implementing the many improvements that were funded by the Texas Legislature. We also continue to work through the sunset review process and look forward to their recommendations for our agency later next year. 2024 will be a big year with many challenges, yet those challenges will lead to a better agency for our staff, our inmates, and for Texans overall. And lastly, Chairman and Board, I wanted to just offer a holiday message. As we enter this holiday season, I would ask that we please keep the staff and their families, our staff and their families, in your thoughts and prayers. And remember that as many of us enjoy time with family and friends this holiday season, any of those days there are thousands of TDCJ men and women who are hard at work. The meaning of Christmas and the message of hope and opportunity is what allows us to look forward to 2024 with confidence that our future is bright. Thank you to each of you for your support of our agency, as well as myself. I wish each of you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. I appreciate your closing thoughts, and as the end of the year comes a time of reflection, and appreciate your summarizing the accomplishments that the agency has reached in encountering some of those challenges that you mentioned. Just a couple of follow-up questions. In terms of the peer programming, would like a little more from you on that in terms of what types of peer support programs are out there. I can speak on behalf of the board. We were at the Ferguson unit yesterday, and as part of that, had an opportunity to meet with some of the life coaches, the peer supporters, and the field ministers. And can you help to explain those programs, as well as give the public a little bit more on the incentive housing
Yes, sir.
process that you've talked about?
No, happy to do so. So many of us are familiar with the Field Minister Program, which started back in about 2010 or 11 is when we first started our classes of training the field ministers and putting them out on our facilities. That was not the first peer education, even though that's what many of us recognize. We actually had peer educators doing health services education to inmates prior to that, and have had for many years in the system. Since the field minister, that somewhat opened new doors for us, and we began through the Rehabilitation Programs Division, the Life Coach Program, where we have inmates that are trained, many of them trained at the Windham unit, which is right across the street from where we are today, go through a program of learning cognitive behavioral techniques, and then they learn several other aspects that they are able to then return after completing that training. They're assigned to another unit as a life coach, where they provide supportive services but also classes to the inmate population at those facilities. And as you go out and about on units, not only are you now seeing field ministers, you're seeing those life coaches that are part of that program as well. Those life coaches are doing a multitude of different classes. They're doing classes on cognitive behavioral techniques. One of our early goals was, if we could figure out a way to essentially offer cognitive to everyone that comes into the system, then research will tell you there is a significant benefit from those who understand and grasp that program to improve their behavior. And if we could do that, we could potentially yield the behavior in prison versus trying to work just at the time of release to get that behavior change. So that was our initial goal with trying to do that, and Mr. Carter and their team put that together and have been working with those inmates. But they're also doing recovery housing for inmates that we have in the system who may have been using narcotics or come to us and advise that they've been using narcotics. We put them in recovery housing and allow them to go through treatment programs with those peer educators as well. We also have peer educators that are sitting with hospice patients now. We have that program to make sure that we have inmates that are staying with those inmates that are near the end of their lifespan. We also look at and are working on having inmates that are available for those inmates who potentially are on observation because they may be at suicide risk, and we're training inmates to be able to do that. So our beginning of peer education really started in health services with HIV education and lots of other pieces, but moved to the field ministers, which we all know. But the life coach is expanding quickly and has expanded over this past year to a multitude of programs, and really we'll continue to see that fruit as we continue to push through that program.
And just a couple of words maybe on the incentive housing and where that's being rolled out and how that works.
Yes, sir. So incentive housing is a concept where you would basically, at a facility, offer housing that has essentially different benefits for the population that resides in that housing. Everyone in that housing essentially agreeing to, one, I want to live in that housing, but also by living there, my behavior will reflect a different level of behavior in that housing. And we together, as a group of individuals who are in that housing, will maintain and keep this housing as it should be. And basically, we'll live as a community, much like you see faith-based dorms. This is an expansion of an idea similar to faith-based dorms, but it's not driven just by a faith-based curriculum, but it allows us to basically allow inmates to paint the area as they would desire as a group and make decisions about how they want it to look. Also looking at changing out the furniture in the day room and the other areas. We've improved the mattresses in the cells for those areas, but basically trying to offer another environment that would be a positive environment that inmates may want to strive to go to that type of housing. In the past, as we did the lockdown, I got the opportunity to go out on several facilities during the course of that lockdown, and I began to see where many of our wardens were taking that initiative to begin those processes at that time. We then met with our wardens and offered to them that, because ideally, in my opinion, it's best if that idea comes from there, versus us just saying go do something. I think it's better if that unit has ownership and they want to do that incentive housing, and then they pursue that, basically for us to get out of the way and try to provide that facility with what that warden will need to operate incentive housing. And that is the model that we have moved to. And we have several programs. We have the Clements unit was one of the first. We have one going up in Murray, I believe, but also the Stiles unit. And by February or March, there will be a little under 10 that will be in place, if I'm not mistaken, as incentive housing. And that's the other plus side of this is, so it's not just for, say, a G2 or what we would call a minimum custody inmate. We need incentive-based housing for an inmate who is what we call a G5, or someone who is in a category of very close custody, who has a disciplinary background, because if you're housed in that environment, and the same discussion I've had with wardens, if you're housed in that environment and that's where you're housed because of your behavior and your classification, and you want to make change, that's a really difficult environment to make that change in. So provide them an opportunity to come out of that environment and go to another area where they can make that change, and based on that behavior, then begin to help change basically the culture on that facility. So I think it's a great seed that we plant, and hopefully we will see it grow throughout this next several years.
And for those members of the population who qualify for incentive housing, are there situations where they actually take ownership and investment in that housing area?
Yes, sir. And matter of fact, not only in the cosmetics that you'll see, because when you go into many of these areas, as you see in incentive housing, you'll see that they may have painted murals, they may have painted the area as they want to, the inside of their cells and others, but the furniture, the activities they participate in will be activities that they jointly want to do. You'll see larger TVs than you see in our typical area, but it's not just about recreation, it's really about ownership and stepping up and saying that we want to live in this type of an environment, but we also agree that by doing so, there'll be no contraband, there'll be none of these other elements that create issues inside the institution. And by doing so, we set an example for the rest of that facility, and hopefully then push that outside that facility, outside that housing area, into more and more opportunities for us to expand that model.
And if I may take just a moment of personal privilege, I had a chance to visit recently one of these incentive housing areas, and was able to see the photographs of the population that was moving into that incentive housing area, having literally worked as a team to scrape 20, 30 years of paint off the walls and repaint it. And as another point of personal privilege, we're still in football season, so I was very heartened to see that some of the supports in that housing area were painted with a certain shade of orange. And so I can tell you that not only were the men who were in that incentive housing area truly engaged with that, there were a few hook'ems thrown in that room. So we really appreciate this program. Any other questions from the board concerning Mr. Collier's report?
Yeah, Mr. Collier, changes that we've made, how much you think we have reduced the amount of drugs coming into our units? Do we have any idea?
I don't have a percentage or data that I could show you. What I think we have done, and again, it's, so mail became really, from COVID to recent, mail became an easy way to get narcotics into the system in a relatively inexpensive way, because it didn't require me necessarily paying someone, a third party, to try to get that in. So that avenue, by moving to the electronic mail, we cut off one portion of that. The next step of that is trying to make sure that we cover books, pamphlets, and legal mail, because we've had fraudulent legal mail, not from real attorneys, but actually people that will make legal mail that looks like legal mail, and they're actually smuggling in narcotics. By eliminating the method and then sweeping through the facilities, and I would love to say we got every piece of potential there was, but probably not. But in reality, we got a lot of it out of the system. We get a great reboot and an opportunity to move forward. But I'm not, essentially, when you cut off one pipeline of contraband, another just becomes the more effort pushes into another area. But I would say the simple, and it's not simple because it wasn't easy to put narcotics on paper and get that through the mail without it being detected, but that method is something that a lot of people could do. That method is no longer going to be an avenue. So I think that by doing that, we have made it much more difficult. But again, I wish we could say we have eliminated it, but we've made it more difficult to get it in. Unfortunately, in today's world, there are more networks of individuals outside of our facilities who are willing to do that and actually make money doing the networks to bring narcotics in through nefarious ways.
But are we thinking forward in terms of other avenues they may try to use to get drugs in? Are we kind of ahead of that?
Yes, ma'am. And one of the things that, two really big things that I think benefit us there that will be in play within the next several months. One is body cameras, because as you think about narcotics, you've got narcotics that come in from, you have it mail, we've worked that angle, you have drones that drop it. We're actually testing anti-drone activity. We have several test sites right now that we're working, so we're working on that. We also have body cameras come in which help us protect the environment inside, but body wave millimeter machines too, much like the airport scanners. Those will be in place at our maximum security facilities, which the majority of our problems occur at those 23 facilities. So we will have increased levels of security that we go through, but also visitors and everyone coming onto the unit go through. So we're trying to equip with more tools. We're also testing and working with our phone vendor on contraband cell phone activity to try to eliminate that, because truly the root of much of this is the cell phone use. But trying to eliminate as much of that as we possibly can. So trying to essentially go at it from several fronts, knowing that we did eliminate, or we are eliminating one step, but that certainly doesn't stop it. That just means other steps become more active.
And I also wanted to commend you on supporting our staff with tuition money. I love the idea of, I love bonuses. I love, I mean, if I can give everybody in here $1 million, I would. I don't have it to give. But I just love the idea.
We'll take what you got.
But I just love the idea that we are proactive in making certain that our staff know that we support them on any and every level that we can support them on. So thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am. No, thank you. I appreciate you approving that, and I appreciate Ron Steffa and his team. We didn't have funding for that. We just tried to be as creative as we could to figure that out. But truly, if we want to be a top-rated Texas employer by 2030, things like that have to be in place so that our staff recognize that this is a place where you want to work, and there's many, many, many reasons, and we just added one more why it makes it important to stay.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Ms. Zeicher?
Mr. Collier, I love that you talked about our G5 inmates and some opportunities for change and growth. I think at Stiles, and the warden was telling me of another unit that had done a movie night for G5 for the first time. Can you tell us about some of those programs that are going on for that?
Yes, ma'am. So in the G5 classification, and G5 is as low of a custody level as you can get to if you're in still general population. So you're in what many would say very close custody status. Much of our disciplinary activity goes on in those areas. So many of our wardens have offered a wide variety of ways to be creative and just try to figure out, one, those inmates that want to change that behavior, then how can I help them do it? Because peer pressure is tough. It's tough everywhere, but it's really tough in prison. And if everyone on the cell block is acting inappropriately, it's hard for you to be the one that decides I'm going to act right all the time. So trying to offer things that would be more natural, more normal in those environments to try to help encourage that behavior. Many of our wardens have done like your movie night, but also other things that they're offering on the wing or doing or bringing in programming to those areas, not just through field ministers, but through volunteers, rehabilitative programming, and religious groups that come in and do revivals in those areas as well to try to get that. The incentive dorms, and again, that's our wardens. That's where it's coming from. They see that. And I think our job right now is to get out of the way and give them the resources they need to do it, because they want to see that change in behavior every bit as much as any of us do. But they're right there, and they have the ability to see it better than any of us. And I think just giving them the tools and encouraging that that's okay. Please do more of that. When I was at Clements, I'll give you a quick story. You don't need, I'm sorry I'm going long, but when I was at Clements during the lockdown, I walked into one of the housing areas, and there were mural. It was beautiful. And of course, I asked the warden, I said, Adam, did you talk to anybody about this? And he's like, no. I said, well, outstanding. I'm glad you didn't. Not that anybody would have said no, but that's what you want, is you want that ownership at that local level. And they had totally transformed several housing areas, and they're proud of it, and the inmates there were proud of being there. And to me, that's where we need to be headed.
Well, I really appreciate you empowering the wardens and Mr. Lumpkin as well. I've seen him empower every unit that he walks with me.
Yes, ma'am.
I think the wardens are really appreciative of that, and we see some of our best work, I have, from
Yes, ma'am.
wardens who feel very empowered.
Well, I agree. See, they've got a fantastic team. Our wardens, our regional directors, and Mr. Lumpkin and his team do a fantastic.
Any other questions or comments on Mr. Collier's report? If not, the board and I would like to take some time now to recognize some of the many hardworking men and women within our TDCJ family. The women and men recognized today work here in the Huntsville area and epitomize the type of effort and team spirit that we see across those who work in the agency. So our first such recognition today is of Mr. Tony R. Garrett Sr., Correctional Officer 3 from the Holiday Unit. So if you could come forward, please, sir. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here today.
Yes, sir.
Officer Garrett, we understand that you began your TDCJ career in September of 1996 and stayed until March of 2004 when you left the agency, but you couldn't stay away, and you returned in December of 2022. We understand that you are counted on for many things at the Holiday Unit, including to make sure the unit grounds are maintained well. You are someone who the entire staff at the Holiday Unit relies on daily, sir. You make sure that your coworkers are taken care of, no matter what their needs may be. Rarely without a smile on your face, you walk the unit, greeting everyone with an infectious, positive attitude. Recently, I understand, and the board understands, that you and a coworker started a greenhouse.
Yes, sir.
At the Holiday Unit to grow herbs and vegetables. Warden Kelly Metz said this about you, and I'm quoting, "When I arrived in Huntsville, Officer Garrett was the first of the staff that I met. Officer Garrett spoke of how much he loves his work and how he wants to do his best for the unit and the agency. I could tell by how passionate he was in that conversation that he was being honest and not just telling the new warden what he wanted the new warden to hear. He quickly proved all his words true with his actions. Officer Garrett works so very hard every day and does so with a smile, no matter how tired or busy he is. For the short time that I have been lucky enough to work with Officer Garrett, he has proven to be a dedicated employee and a truly good person. I know of no one else who is more deserving of this accolade." So thank you, sir. You and I had a chance to visit before the meeting.
Yes, sir.
We very much appreciate the work that you do. Would you care to share a few words with us?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Collier. And I just want to thank the good Lord for blessing me to be here to accept this special award. And I want to thank my senior warden, Warden Metz, and my assistant warden, Warden Gibson, for allowing me to be here and accept this special award. I want to thank my family and friends. And the good Lord keep blessing me. I'm going to stay with TDC as long as I can.
We appreciate
Yes,
that, sir. Thank you. Our next recognition is of Rhett Knappen. If you would come forward. Officer Knappen, we understand that you began your correctional career with the agency in November of 2010. We also thank you for your prior service as a sergeant in the infantry of the United States Army.
Thank you.
We understand, Officer Knappen, that for the last 13 years, you've worked in a variety of positions at the Estelle unit, including roles in the expansion cell block, laundry department, and law library. Most recently, you have devoted your time, effort, and energy to your role as the self-harm officer, which is a mission-critical role in which dedicated officers like yourself check in on and monitor inmates identified at an increased risk of self-harm. I understand, Officer Knappen, that during the recent statewide TBCJ lockdown, you walked the Estelle unit every day, speaking with the incarcerated individuals and focusing your efforts on high-risk populations. Estelle Unit Senior Warden Michael Britt said this, and I'm quoting, "Officer Knappen took on the responsibility of being the self-harm officer head first. He is sincere and works daily to impact the lives of the incarcerated. The Estelle Unit supervisors, staff, and the inmate population have taken note of how valuable you are to the facility." You and I also had a chance to visit before the meeting today, and we very much appreciate your efforts on this, again, mission-critical initiative on identifying and preventing inmate self-harm. So would you care to share a few words with us?
I just want to thank Warden Britt and the Estelle administration for actually giving me enough support and actually helping me with the self-harm prevention office there on the unit. Anybody who's been to Estelle knows it's a large, spread-out unit, and their support has been critical for me to actually get my job done.
Well,
I just want to say thank you so very much.
Well, we really appreciate you. Thank you, sir. Our next recognition from the board is of Merlene Benson, Correctional Officer 5 from the OBLS unit. If you would come forward, ma'am. And ma'am, we appreciate you being here today. We had a chance to visit just before the meeting as well, so we appreciate you being here. Officer Benson, we understand you have been a part of the Ellis Unit family for the last 21 years. You retired in 2013, only to return a few months later as the Inside Yard Squad Officer. You were very involved, as I understand it, with the beautification of the facility, and you work extra hours and even come in on your days off to make sure that the unit appearance and cleanliness are outstanding. You are also the primary decorator for all events. That's a special talent right there, especially during the holidays, contributing in a very important way to team spirit and morale. You are a team player who even volunteers many weekends to work at the highway gate. You are also one of the primary officers utilized for emergency absences due to your correctional knowledge, integrity, and accountability. Senior Warden Anthony Newton said this, and I'm quoting, "Success is no accident. It is clear that Officer Benson loves what she does through her hard work, perseverance, studying, and sacrifice." So we appreciate you so much. On behalf of the board, would you care to share a few words with us?
Yes, sir. To you and Mr. Collier, I would like to say I thank God for looking down on me and letting me be able to do the things that I do for the unit and for the agent. And I love my job, yes I does. And I love doing what I'm doing. And I do give up all of my weekends just to make sure that we have enough staff to cover the visitation. And I love everything that I do. And I always ask God to give me some strength to keep going. Some more years with Ellis until it's just that time to go.
Well,
Thank you.
we're asking him too. We're asking him to give you all the strength you need. Thank you. Our next recognition is of Mayushe Isiaka, Correctional Officer 5 from the Ferguson Unit. If you would come forward, sir.
Thank you.
Officer Isiaka, we understand that since your arrival at the Ferguson Unit in February of 2017, you have exhibited exemplary professionalism, dedication, and leadership qualities. Your coworkers have the highest respect for you, sir, due to your outstanding work. You are a mentor to many of your coworkers and ensure that the staff knows the proper policies and procedures for daily operations. Your ability to multitask and ensure that duties are completed with little or no supervision, and your rapport with supervisors and officers allows you to act as a liaison. The effort and work put in by you has shown positive changes at that facility. You can bring others together, and you are a shining example of TDCJ's ongoing efforts to support the recognition of a strong team of officers from different cultures. Warden William Wheat said, and I'm quoting, sir, "Officer Isiaka's dedication to duty is evident when you speak to others about him. Always happy to help someone else and be a mentor to less experienced staff. We are fortunate to have him as a team member." So we also had a chance to visit a little bit before the meeting. Would you care to share a few words with the whole group?
I'm so honored to be here. I thank you all. I thank my warden. I thank my unit for recognizing my efforts. And I'm so honored to be among the regional directors here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Our next recognition is of Brett Janad, Parole Officer 2 from the Huntsville District Parole Office. If you'd come forward, sir. Officer Janad, we had a chance to visit a little bit before the meeting.
Yes, sir.
You were one of the candidates for my left tackle, by the way. So. And Officer Janad, we understand you began your TDCJ career as a correctional officer at the Ellis Unit in 1997 and stayed there until 2009. We also understand that you then worked for Children's Protective Services for about 3 years and then returned to be a parole officer based out of the Huntsville District Parole Office. We understand, Officer Janad, that you have worked all kinds of parole cases and that your coworkers report that you are a team player willing to take the time to help your fellow parole officers with any problems or issues they are having. We also understand that you assist with training at the Pre-Parole Officer Training Academy as well. Your knowledge about parole cases is highly respected, sir, and valued by your coworkers. Parole Division Region 1 Director Robert Kimbrough said this of you, sir, and I'm quoting, "Brett is a totally unselfish employee who is willing and able to help at the Huntsville District Parole Office. He is exceptional at his job, and we are so lucky to have him." Again, we had a chance to visit a little bit before the meeting, but I'll say it again. We all are so lucky to have you. Would you care to share a few words with us?
Yeah, I'd just like to say thanks to everybody, to the board and Mr. Collier, Mr. Kimbrough, Mr. Hinojosa for this recognition, and appreciate all y'all doing to helping us out and stuff like that.
Thank you, sir. We really
Thank you.
appreciate you. Our next recognition is of Roland Lewis, Industrial Specialist 3 at the Wind License Factory from the MAL Division. So if you would come forward, sir. And sir, we had a chance, I really like the bow tie, by the way.
Thank you.
And we had a chance to visit a little bit before the meeting, but Mr. Lewis, we understand that you exemplify the nature of TDCJ employees who are driven to succeed. We understand that as an Industrial Specialist 3, you go above and beyond daily at your work. You report to the Wind Unit License Plate Factory, but you also assist the two factories from the Graphics Division in that facility. We also understand when they are short-staffed, you help them proactively, including by handling back gate runs. Not too long ago, due to a change in another employee's position, you willingly moved to another factory where you worked for over a month, we understand. And while working there, you assisted where help was needed at the other factories. Megan Walker, Graphics Division Manager, said this of you, sir, and I'm quoting, "Mr. Lewis has a great attitude and is positive about everything that he does. We greatly appreciate everything that he does, not only for his team and the factory, but also for the graphics division as a whole. Sir, I've got we all have our mentors. One of my mentors gave me a little piece of plastic that had the word enthusiasm written in it. And I'm just meeting you today and hearing about you, I know that enthusiasm is something that has driven you throughout your entire life. So we appreciate that. Would you share a few words with us?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. It is an honor for me to be here today to accept this prestigious award. And I would like to accept this on behalf of all of my coworkers, because without them, I wouldn't be able to do what I do. I want to also thank my family for coming to support me. All of my wardens, all of my coworkers that might be here. This is something that I feel like we should all be driven to do. No one should have to look over your shoulder for you to do your job properly. So on behalf of my warden, my family, I accept this prestigious award.
Very well stated, sir. Thank you. Our next recognition is of Tracy Seibel, Program Specialist 3 from the Victim Services Division. We also had a chance to meet a little bit this morning and visit, so we appreciate you being here today. And Ms. Seibel, we understand that you have spent your TDCJ career in roles where you constantly and consistently assist and help other staff members. We understand that you are now the Regional Crisis Response Intervention Support Program Coordinator in Employee Support Services. We understand that you have seized every opportunity to raise awareness of the newly implemented peer support team. And it's as we were talking about with peer support among our population, peer support among our employees is mission critical. So we appreciate that. Just as with the innovative inmate self-harm program, we need team members to lead these programs in employee peer support, and you have stepped up as a leader in this effort. You understand the true meaning of teamwork because you step up to challenges with a can-do attitude and contribute significantly to the success of the Victim Services Division. Whether you're training a new CRISP team, facilitating a CRISP response, or visiting staff on a unit or in the field, your energy and tenacity lends itself to your drive as a peer support member. Ms. Angie McCown, Victim Services Division Director, said this of you, and I quote, "The moment Tracy walked in for her interview, we knew that she would be an outstanding CRISP coordinator. She literally told us this was the perfect job for her because she loves the TDCJ family and is passionate about being of service to them. She was ready to do whatever it takes to ensure that our staff has the opportunity to heal from the traumas they may face in their professional and personal lives. We are fortunate to have her on our team." So thank you so much for what you do every day, and we have so many acronyms around the agency, so would you please say a few words, including educating the public on what a CRISP team is? Thank you.
Yes, sir. CRISP team is Crisis Response Intervention Support Program, and it's basically peers on the units and within the divisions that are there to support their peers and, everyone that's on the unit, and be able to be there for them to listen and, lend the ear when they need it. I want to thank TDCJ Administration and Victim Services Division. Y'all support Employee Support Services. All the wardens on the units, all the division directors, everyone's there and accept us and let us walk around and talk with their staff, and we appreciate that. And I'm honored to get to be able to be in this position and help staff every day.
And we appreciate that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
To follow along with something Mr. Collier said just a minute ago, the holidays, as we all know, are here, and we have much to be thankful for. On behalf of the entire board, I would like to say how thankful we are for the men and women who serve the state as employees of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. For those staff in attendance today and the thousands who are working right now across the state, as we reach the end of 2023, we encourage you to take pride in your accomplishments over this past year. And we also encourage you to enjoy the holidays with your families as you prepare to continue to make the valued efforts that our state needs from you in 2024 and beyond. Whatever your specific job assignment is, please understand that you are part of and a contributor to a team that carries out the missions of the agency to provide public safety, to promote positive change in offender behavior, to reintegrate offenders into society, and to assist victims of crime. Your individual contributions to those missions are very much appreciated throughout this agency and the state. Your work ultimately helps make Texas a safer and a better place to live. On behalf of the governor, our board, and the citizens of our great state, we thank you for your dedication and performance. Our board wishes all TDCJ employees and their families happy and restful holidays, a very Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year. The next item on the agenda is the Internal Audit Status Report. Internal Audit Director Chris Cerrito will be presenting. Mr. Cerrito.
I was about to say,
Came
put it
prepared
on.
for you.
Put it on.
Mr. Cerrito, now that you have the appropriate level of attire, if you are ready, please proceed.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Collier, members of the board. I have a few updates to the status report in your packet. We will begin on page 2. Project 2302, Parole Division Workforce Culture, has moved into field work. Project 2312-02, Records Management Walkthrough, is now complete, and you received that memo yesterday. Project 2312-03, Inmate Tablets Walkthrough, is also complete, and you received that memo yesterday. Moving to page 3, Project 2403, Commissary Operations Supply Chain, has moved into the reporting phase of that project. On page 4, Project 2412-01, which is very timely given earlier discussion, Peer Supports Inmate Walkthrough, has moved into the reporting phase. I anticipate providing that memo early in January. And then lastly, we have added a new project to the plan, Project 2411-01. This is State Ready and Intake. As many of you know, during the last legislative session, the legislature enacted some changes to our intake processes, particularly related to the timing of bringing convicted persons into our system. Bobby Lumpkin has asked us to take a look at that process to ensure that it's as efficient as it can be and that the agency does not unnecessarily incur any financial penalties. And with that, I will pause for any questions. Myself in my hat. And as you can see, my tie is a selfie.
Something scary about an auditor with a sense of
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions for Mr. Cerrito with respect to his report? If not, Mr. Cerrito, we appreciate your continued work as always. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed renaming of a TDCJ facility. One of the responsibilities of this board is to approve the naming of facilities that fall under the purview of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. It is a distinct honor because words, as we know, have meaning and names have power, and this is particularly true for buildings. The name can represent the mission of the particular facility. It may reference an historical figure or an individual who has accomplished great things, so choosing that name is important. I have the distinct privilege of recognizing a great man who once led this board and who cares deeply about public service. Later in my remarks, I will be recommending to the board that we name the facility in his honor. Appointed to the Board of Criminal Justice in 2017 by our Governor, Greg Abbott, Patrick O'Daniel held several positions on this board, including as chair of the Audit and Review Committee and committee member of the Business and Finance Operations Committee, the Correctional Institutions Division Committee, and the Legal Committee before becoming the board chair in January of 2020. Mr. O'Daniel is a partner at the law firm of Norton Rose Fulbright and an adjunct professor at the University of Texas School of Law, and he is also a certified public accountant. He received a Bachelor of Business Administration from UT and a Juris Doctor from the University of Texas School of Law. And public service has been long been a part of Mr. O'Daniel's life. As a young man, he clerked for United States Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. Mr. O'Daniel is the former president of Catholic Charities of Central Texas, general counsel for Texas Review of Law and Politics, and a member of the American Bar Association, National Association of Bond Lawyers, and the Texas Society of Certified Public Accountants. As board chairman, Mr. O'Daniel helped strengthen the agency, and his leadership led to many accomplishments within TBCJ, including overseeing the agency's response to the global pandemic, championing historic salary increases for our correctional officers, some of whom are sitting here with us today, facilitating the renaming of 6 facilities, increasing rehabilitation and faith-based programming, visiting many facilities across the state and encouraging board members to do the same, improving meal options for inmates who want to eat healthier, establishing the Office of the Independent Ombudsman, pushing for new technology in correctional facilities to include inmate tablets, and helping to start an agency tattoo removal program and expanding access to dentures among our population. Mr. O'Daniel's influence didn't just impact TDCJ. The Windham School District has also benefited greatly from his leadership. The school district, among other things, updated civics components and put those into the Changes program and other educational classes, reimagined how students across prison libraries and reimagined how students access prison libraries and how they operate, championing stipends and salary adjustments for teachers, authorized dedicated funds for a rolling 3-year technology plan to support classroom instruction and digital literacy along with staff access, and Mr. O'Daniel helped change how we speak about incarcerated individuals and students. I could keep going, and I could for a long while, but suffice it to say that Patrick O'Daniel's legacy will long outlast his time on this board. So today, I recommend that we rename the facility where Chairman O'Daniel spent so much of his time. The Mountain View Unit opened in 1962 as a school for boys. In July of 1975, TDCJ acquired the facility, and since that time has held women, a women's population in that facility. The facility has numerous programs that provide individuals with the tools that they need to turn their lives around successfully. These programs, such as the Strive program, are a direct result of Chairman O'Daniel's pursuit to positively impact the women and men inside of our prisons. Recognizing his loyal service, integrity, tenacity, and as we just talked about a minute ago, enthusiasm, I recommend renaming the Mountain View Unit as the Patrick L. O'Daniel Unit. Members of the board, are there any questions or any discussion or comments on this motion?
I love it. Excellent choice.
Thank you. And with that discussion, do I have a motion?
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, it's a to move, oh, thank you, Mate. To move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the recommendation to rename the Mountain View Unit in Coryell County, Gatesville, Texas, to the Patrick L. O'Daniel Unit.
I have a very robust motion. Do I have an equally robust second?
Second.
All right, well, I think, Ambassador Siv, someone beat you out just by microseconds. So the motion has been made. It has been seconded by Dr. Burrow. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Would anyone ever be opposed to this? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. And we have let's give a round of applause, please. And we will, of course, arrange for an appropriate time to do a formal dedication at which we will honor Chairman O'Daniel and his family. And we also have a resolution to rename that facility that has been approved by the board and that will be part of the permanent records of the Board of Criminal Justice. The next item on the agenda is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding purchases and contracts over $1 million. Members of the board, I don't ordinarily vote unless it is to break a tie. However, my law firm represents entities included in the purchases and contracts over $1 million. Therefore, I will not be taking any action today on the purchases and contracts over $1 million. Our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Ron Steffa, will present these items. Mr. Steffa, please proceed.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Collier. I'm bringing 7 purchases before you today for your consideration and approval. They can be found on page 18 of your packet at tab F. The item number 1 is a fiscal year 24 purchase for the replacement of vehicles for agency transportation needs. These include cars, trucks, vans, and semi-trucks. Item number 2 is a fiscal year 24-25 purchase for the upgrades to the current agency system, radio system, and communications infrastructure. This will replace radios, repeaters, and provide for 2 mobile towers. These upgrades will increase the effectiveness of communication by providing fully digital radios with interoperability and increased coverage. Item number 3 is a fiscal year 24-25 purchase for the replacement of personal computers and laptops. With these replacements, the agency will return to about a 6-year replacement cycle. The next 3 items are increases to fiscal year 24-25 contracts for the operation and management of state jails due to increased per diem rates. These are the Bradshaw State Jail, the Lindsay State Jail, and the Willacy State Jail, all operated by the Management and Training Corporation. Item number 7 is an increase to a fiscal year 24-25 Texas Correctional Office on offenders with medical or mental impairments contracts due to market adjustments. This contract is with Hill Country Mental Health and Developmental Disabilities Center for case management and continuity of care services. That concludes the presentation. I'll pause for any questions.
Any questions from the members of the board on these items? If you have a question?
No, sir.
Okay. If there are no questions, do I have a motion with respect to Mr. Steffa's presentation?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the purchases and contracts over $1 million as presented.
I have a motion from Dr. Burrow. Is there a second? Second. I heard a second, I believe, from Judge Francis. Is that correct? So a motion's been made by Dr. Burrow. It's been seconded by Judge Francis. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. And please let the record show that I abstained from voting on the purchases and contracts over $1 million. Thank you, Mr. Steffa. The next item on the agenda is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Facilities Division Construction Project, request to replace chiller systems 1, 2, and 3, multiple locations, Clements Unit, Potter County, Amarillo, Texas. Facilities Division Director, Mr. Ron Hudson, will join us again to present this item. Mr. Hudson, please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Collier, members. In your agenda packet, you will see the job scope of a new project to replace chiller systems 1, 2, and 3, multiple locations at the Clements unit located in Amarillo, Texas. At the Business and Finance Committee meeting, I briefed this new project and am now asking for board's approval for a total program cost of $4,719,900. I will pause for any questions.
Members of the board, any questions with respect to this item? With no questions, do I have a motion?
Yes, sir. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request to replace chiller systems 1, 2, and 3, multiple locations at the Clements unit in Clark County as presented by Mr. Hudson.
Thank you, Judge Francis. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Judge Francis, a second by Dr. Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Facilities Division Construction Project, request to construct water treatment plant, Ferguson Unit, Madison County, Midway, Texas. Mr. Hudson, please proceed.
Yes, in your agenda packet, you will see the job scope of a new project to construct water treatment plant at the Ferguson unit located in Midway, Texas. At the Business and Finance Committee meeting, I briefed this new project and am now asking for the board's approval for a total program cost $16,811,600. I will pause for any questions you may have.
Obviously, we had a discussion of this during the Business and Finance Committee meeting. Any additional questions or comments on this agenda item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do have a motion. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request to construct a water treatment plant at the Ferguson unit, Madison County, Midway, Texas, as presented.
Thank you, sir. I have a motion from Ambassador Siv. Is there a second? Second. I have a motion by Ambassador Siv. I have a second from Ms. Zeiker. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next agenda item is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Facilities Division Construction Project, request to replace clarifier at wastewater treatment plant, Michael Unit, Anderson County, Tennessee Colony, Texas. Mr. Hudson, please proceed.
Yes, in your agenda packet, you will see the job scope of a new project to replace clarifier wastewater treatment plant at the Michael Unit located in Tennessee Colony, Texas. At the Business and Finance Committee meeting, I briefed this new project and am now asking for board's approval for a total program cost of $2,456,100. I will pause for any questions you may have.
And we also had a discussion of this at the Business and Finance Committee meeting. Let me just ask you one related question, Mr. Hudson. When we have these wastewater treatment plants, does that provide, does our operation of the wastewater treatment plants provide any vocational opportunities to our population?
That is correct. You know, we recently just trained 11 inmates at a Class D wastewater license where we partnered with the TCEQ, where they came in and actually trained our inmates. So right now they pass a test, so they have a certificate. So when they do get out, they can actually apply for a license. Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments on this particular item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request to replace clarifier at wastewater treatment plant at the Michael Unit, Anderson County, Tennessee Colony, Texas, as presented.
I have a motion from Ms. Zeiker. Is there a second? Second. All right. I think this side barely beat you out, Jeff. I'm never in any position to overrule a judge. But in this instance, I have a motion from Ms. Zeiker. I have a second from Mr. Welch. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Hudson. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.4, Public Presentations and Comments to the Texas Board of Criminal Justice. TDCJ's General Counsel, Kristen Warman, will be presenting. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Warman. If you are ready, please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman, Mr. Collier, and board members. Before you in the first item under item H is Board Rule 151.4, Public Presentations and Comments to the Texas Board of Criminal Justice. The proposed amendments of this rule would revise offender to inmate throughout the rule and also revise subsection E to include additional contact options for persons requesting accommodations when attending a board meeting.
Thank
Pause
you.
for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Warman. Just want to make sure, is the change from offender to the verbiage of inmate, is that intended to bring this particular aspect of our governing documents in compliance with others?
Yes, that is correct.
And then with respect to the change to subsection E, is that to provide additional options for participation in board meetings for individuals with disabilities?
That is correct, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Warman. We have two individuals who have signed up cards to speak on this proposed change, these proposed changes. So we'll call on them now to come forward. And first one I have is Gloria Ruback. Ms. Ruback. Thank you. Good morning. And you've appeared before this board before.
Yes, I have.
And we appreciate you being here. So we'll start your timer and please proceed.
Okay, since I couldn't hear what the lady said, I have a hearing loss, so I don't know what she proposed. I heard the word disability, and I would love it if I could actually hear what's going on, or even sit where I could read y'all's lips, but I can't see half of you. So I really have no comment because I don't know what the proposal is, except that I would ask that proposals be put out ahead of the board meeting so that the public can make comments. The agenda is put out late, but even the agenda doesn't explain the proposals. So.
Well, ma'am, we very much appreciate you being here. And the changes that are being proposed are to change language in the governing document, the language from offender to inmate on one, and then also is to provide, germane to your comments, additional options to contact someone to receive special accommodation so that you can participate more actively in these board meetings. So from the board's perspective, this will actually help to address one of the issues that you raised. But we very much appreciate you being here. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And then the other individual who signed up to speak on this topic was Mr. Ward Larkin. Mr. Larkin, if you would come forward. And we appreciate you being here, sir.
All right, well, thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Yes, sir.
I was disappointed, like Ms. Rubeck said, I was disappointed that I couldn't read the changes before this meeting. Then I could have addressed them. I would have said, well, I don't have any need to talk because I don't disagree with anything here. Am I able to comment about anything else with regard to that part of the Texas Administrative Code, or just these two changes?
Yes, sir. Just the comments that we're taking now are just germane to the action items we're taking as a board.
Just the changes?
Yes, sir.
Then I support the changes.
Thank you, sir. And it's so important to have citizens like yourself to step forward and participate in our process, so we appreciate you being here,
well,
sir.
I'd like it to be easier for me to participate in a knowledgeable way.
We hear you, sir.
I could have showed up at hour early, read the documents, and made a meaningful contribution.
Yes, sir, and we hear you, and we will definitely check into that issue, and,
Okay.
but it's only by persons like yourself raising these issues that.
And I understand how the Texas Administrative Code changes work. I have an opportunity to make written comments to whoever is listed as the contact on the Texas Register. I
Yes.
understand that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But it would have been nicer if I could have been knowledgeable here.
We appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are there any questions on this agenda item from members of the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve for publication in the Texas Register the proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.4, public presentations and comments to the Texas Board of Criminal Justice to receive public comment as presented.
I have a motion from Pastor Sprinkle. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Pastor Sprinkle, a second from Dr. Burrow. All those in favor of the item say aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.6, entitled Petition for the Adoption of a Rule. Ms. Warman, please proceed.
Chairman, Mr. Collier, and board members, the proposed amendments to this rule would amend Section B as in boy, 3E as in elephant, I, and that is being revised to include that an economic impact statement will also include the projection of the impact on the rule on rural communities, which mirrors language in the Government Code Section 2006.002, adoption of rules with an adverse economic effect.
Thank you, Ms. Warman. Any questions on this item from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve for publication in the Texas Register the proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.6, petition for the adoption of a rule to receive public comment as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Welch. I have a second from Ms. Zeiker. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.25, Tobacco and Vapor Products. Ms. Warman, please proceed.
Chairman, Mr. Collier, and board members, the proposed amendments to this rule would revise the word offender to inmate throughout the rule.
And are there any other changes other than just that verbiage change?
That is the only change.
Any questions or comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move. Thank you. Thank you, Monte, for reminding me. Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve for publication in the Texas Register the proposed amendments to the Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.25, Tobacco and Vapor Products to receive public comment as presented.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson. Is there a second? I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson. I have a second from Pastor Sprinkle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.71, entitled Marking of Texas Department of Criminal Justice Vehicles. Ms. Warman, please proceed.
Chairman, Mr. Collier, and board members, there are two proposed amendments to this board rule. The first would revise the word offender to inmate as appropriate in the rule. The second would include an additional exemption for vehicles used primarily for administrative purposes and assigned to TBCJ officials who hold administrative positions as determined by the executive director, for which confidentiality is necessary to prevent undue risk of danger or injury to those officials operating the vehicles or damage to the vehicle.
Thank you, Ms. Warman. Are there any questions from the board on this agenda item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve for publication in the Texas Register the proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.71, marking of Texas Department of Criminal Justice vehicles to receive public comment as presented.
I have a motion from Dr. Burrow. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion from Dr. Burrow. I have a second. Was that from Judge Johnson? Judge Francis. All right. But I have a second. And all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next agenda item is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 152.51, entitled Authorized Witnesses to the Execution of an Offender Sentenced to Death. Please proceed, Ms. Warman.
Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, and board members, the proposed amendments to this rule would replace the word offender with inmate and the term Public Information Office with Communications Department throughout the rule, including the title. In addition, language is added to Section B2 to specify the victims scheduled to attend. Section C1B, as in boy, also adds or removes language requiring witnesses to be on the inmate's approved visitor list. Section C1C, language is added to require an inmate to submit a request in writing to the death row unit warden to have a TBCJ chaplain or the inmate's spiritual advisor present inside the execution chamber within 30 days of being notified of an execution date. The inmate must explain in writing what actions, if any, the inmate requests the spiritual advisor to perform. Section C1D adds language that the spiritual advisor must have an established ongoing relationship with the inmate demonstrated by regular communications or in-person visits prior to the inmate's scheduled execution date, or that spiritual advisor is currently employed as a TBCJ chaplain. Section C2 is also revised to state that the inmate shall submit a request in writing through the death row unit warden to the CID director to change any previously designated witnesses. Section C3 is also revised to remove language specifying the spiritual advisor for the inmate shall be a bona fide pastor or comparable official, such as a minister, priest, or rabbi of the condemned inmate's elected religion. Section F4 is also revised to reflect current practices of the Victim Services Division for notifying the CID director of witness and support persons' names and relationships to the victim if they plan to attend. Additional grammatical and formatting updates are also proposed.
Thank you, Ms. Warman. From your perspective and the perspective of General Counsel Division, do these proposed policy changes comply and comport with the applicable legal standards?
Yes, they do.
Any other comments or questions from members of the board on this item And then we do, I believe we have two persons who have signed up to speak to this item as well. So maybe I'll have the board hold their comments and questions, and we'll call forward, again, Ms. Rubach, if you would come forward, please.
Again, I couldn't hear what she said. So I think I heard that the person being executed must have an ongoing relationship with a spiritual advisor. And did she say for how long? And why can't this information be given out before y'all meet so that the public can make intelligent comments?
Ma'am, the changes have been presented to us. They are available to be reviewed. And if you have particular comments on the changes that we're going to be making, that's the purpose of the public comment at this point.
Okay, well, I know the next execution is February 28th. What's his name? Ivan Cantu, I believe. And Sister Helen Prejean is his spiritual advisor. I certainly hope that there's no problem with that, but I can't make any other comments because I couldn't hear the presenter.
And Ms. Rubach, again, we're going to take efforts after this meeting to talk to our staff about if there are ways that for someone with a hearing disability to better hear the meetings. And so I'll warranty you that that's some follow-up that we'll take on our level. But we very much appreciate your being here with us.
My insurance won't pay for new hearing aids till January.
But there are technological items that we can
some
have.
people speak into a microphone very clearly and others do not.
Okay.
So.
Well, I hope I'm on your good list.
You are at the top of my list.
All
Thank
right.
you.
I like it. I like it. Mr. Larkin, if you would come forward, please.
Two possible comments. One,
Just want to make sure that it says that you're removing the requirement that friends and family or the condemned have to be on the approved visitor list?
Yes,
Yes. All right, so I agree with that.
that's a good,
Yes, I agree with that. Because there's actually a law that determines
who may witness executions. It's Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, Chapter 43, Section 20. And it says, any of the relatives or friends of the condemned person that he may request, not exceeding 5 in number, shall be admitted. It shall be admitted. TBCJ can't do anything to stop that. And the requirement was about spiritual advisors having to have long-term lasting relationships and being on approved visiting lists. Doesn't conform with the law. So I disagree with her assertion that it does.
Thank you,
And
sir.
that's it.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your being here and your comments.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Any additional comments or questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if I could get clarification. As I understand our motions in the past, and I imagine the proposed motion on this as well, has to do with the publication in the Texas Register for the purpose of to receive public comment. Is that correct? Or is this the actual approval of the?
Ms. Warman?
These proposed amendments will be published in the Texas Register for all members of the public to provide written comments that the board may consider before it adopts these amendments.
And Mr. Larkin, I think very helpfully pointed that out, that's the process that takes place before these changes are adopted. And any other comments or questions?
And would you also say, Ms. Norman, that most of these things we're talking about here expand on what an individual, the time frame that an individual has to request that a person be present has gone from 14 days, now it's 30. It's not just an ongoing spiritual relationship with the inmate, but is also someone who's been visiting with the inmate prior to the scheduled execution date as far as the spiritual advisor. These things have been expanded to some degree. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Any other comments or questions? If not, do I have a motion?
I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the publication in the Texas Register the proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code 152.51, authorized witnesses to the execution of an offender scheduled sentenced to death to receive public comment as presented.
I have a motion from Judge Francis. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Judge Francis. I have a second from Judge Johnson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next item on the agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 159.15, entitled Go Kids Initiative. Please proceed, Ms. Warman.
Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, and board members, the proposed amendments to this rule would revise the term offender to inmate where applicable in the rule. And that is the only change being proposed to the rule.
Any questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve for publication in the Texas Register the proposed amendments to the Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 159.15, Go Kids Initiative, to receive public comment as presented.
I have a motion from Ms. Zeiker. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Zeiker. I have a second from Dr. Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed revisions to Board Policy 01.08, Revision 2, entitled Independent Ombudsman Policy Statement. Ms. Warman, please proceed.
Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, and board members, this policy is being revised. The definition section, the definition for the term complaint is being revised to specify that complaints are concerns that provide specific factual allegations that, when taken as true, rise above mere speculation. The signature authority in this policy is also being updated.
And Ms. Warman, do you likewise, does General Counsel Division believe that this policy is in compliance with applicable law?
Yes.
Any other comments or questions? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the proposed revisions to Board Policy 01.08, Revision 2, Independent Ombudsman Policy Statement as presented.
I have a motion from Pastor Sprinkle. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Pastor Sprinkle, a second from Mr. Welch. All those in favor say aye. Any opposition? Motion passes. The next item on the agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed revisions to Board Policy 03.91, Revision 7, entitled Uniform Inmate Correspondence Rules. Ms. Warman, you may proceed.
There are several proposed revisions to this board policy. First, in the definitions section, the definitions for general correspondence, general correspondent, legal correspondent, and special correspondent are revised. Definitions are also being added for the terms business correspondence and business correspondent. In section 1B3C, we replace the term defendant with inmate. Section 1D, the title has been revised to requirements for general correspondence. In section 1D1, language is revised to specify that all general correspondence that does not require an inmate's signature and is addressed to inmates and received by TDCJ facilities will be returned to the sender as refused. Added language that states TDCJ facilities will accept the following items addressed to inmates via regular certified mail. Section 1D1C also removes language concerning certified mail from general correspondence. Section 1D2 adds guidelines for documents requiring an inmate's signature. Section 1D4 removes language concerning requirements for the return address for special, legal, media, or general correspondence. Section 1D7 adds guidelines for inmate surveys. Section 4 adds language to include the business correspondence guidelines. Section 5 has been revised to state that if the inmate's request for disposition is not made within 90 days after the initial date or appeal decision date, the item will be destroyed. The policy was also edited for clarity and grammar as well as formatting updates.
And Ms. Warman, just to again focus on the procedure. So what is being asked of the board here today in terms of presenting these changes for public comment?
Well, this is a board policy, and the policy will be available for public comment if the board chooses to adopt these changes.
All right, thank you very much. We have two speakers that have registered to speak on this particular item. Again, Ms. Rubach, if you would come forward.
Again, I could not hear this lady, but I as far as inmate correspondence, I sent my son a birthday card the last week of August, and I thought, ooh, I hope he gets it by September 1st, his birthday. He got it November 30th. So my comment about inmate correspondence is that Securus is a ripoff, it's expensive, and mail is taking anywhere from 3 to 4 months for people to get when you send it to that P.O. box in Dallas. That is so wrong. So wrong. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Mr. Larkin, I believe you signed up to speak on this as well.
Yes, I did.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I think the last time I touched this, I turned it off.
No, I think you're doing fine. We can hear you.
Well, somebody come racing up, pressed a button. I'm a little confused because a lot of things she said according to language. I don't know what that language is, but it appears that me, a general population person, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a journalist, I'm not a member of any government agency, that it said that if I send a letter certified, that I can mail it directly to the inmate. Is that accurate? Nobody's answering.
This is a time, Mr. Larkin, for your comments on the proposal.
Clarification.
Yes, sir. And if there are aspects of the policy that after publication you consider to be inadequate, then at that point you can raise those with us.
Okay. And because that's the biggest issue I have.
Yes, sir.
Like many of the men on death row, I don't deal with any of the women. And many of the men on death row don't have attorneys anymore. And some of them ask me to provide them with court records, which I'm happy to do. The problem is when I mail them via Securus, they don't get them for like 90 days. But if I mail them certified to the prison unit, I was told that I could do, they're still returned, saying no, unacceptable, and it's returned undeliverable. So if the rules are being changed so that I can send a certified letter directly to an inmate, then I agree with that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And also I'll just point out that if you are having issues, or any member of the public who's having issues with a particular unit, then there are ways of following up on those issues. So, for example, if you're having difficulty having mail delivered to the Polunsky unit, for example, which is what I'm hearing, then there are members of our staff that can certainly talk to you and make sure that those issues are being addressed.
All right, then could you clarify how and who?
That's what we're going to do with you, sir, and I'll make sure that we have somebody talk to you after this meeting.
Okay, great.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Any other questions or comments from the board on these proposed changes?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question. I need clarification because the nature of my motion I'm about to make. Actually, this is a board policy, and I'll be moving that we approve the policy, which means it would be then enacted. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Then allow me to make my motion if there's no other questions.
Any other questions? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the proposed revisions to Board Policy -03.01, Revision 7, Uniform Inmate Correspondence Rules as presented.
I have a motion from Mr. Welch. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion from Mr. Welch. I have a second from Vice Chair Johnson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
And just to clarify, that was for approval of amendments to Board Policy 03.91.
That's correct. No. And the minutes of the meeting will reflect that. Thank you very much, Ms. Warman.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is a presentation on the virtual court pilot program. For this agenda item, I will pass the gavel to the chair of the board's legal committee, Judge Molly Francis. Judge Francis.
We are beginning a new program where our judges are able to handle criminal felony offenses within the units in the law library with our inmates, speaking to their attorney before the plea and then handling the plea online. I know some of these things have been done in the past kind of informally and depended on the attorney or the state talking to the warden and being able to work that out independently, but we're trying to make that a lot easier. Mr. Dunbar, whose name you've heard many times this morning, I think he wears a whole lot of caps, but one of the caps he wears is the Access to Justice cap that involves our inmates being able to participate as much as possible in legal proceedings that either they're a party in or where they've been charged with a crime. We are trying very hard at TDCJ to reduce the numbers of inmates that have to be transported by the counties back and forth to handle a pending case that they might have while they are incarcerated in TDCJ, and we're trying to cut down on that as much as possible. And Mr. Dunbar is leading that charge, bless his heart, and we have started with a pilot program in Dallas County. We're hoping to, Jason Clark, our chief of staff, who's also been very involved, there he is back there, hi Jason, been very involved in this process, very helpful in working with our Dallas judges to begin to try to figure out how we can do this. We have Diana Villalobos, who's the court coordinator, organizer. She's done all the court proceedings with the Lone Star Project down in South Texas and trying to get those individuals charged with crimes virtually connected with the judges and the courts that are handling the cases. But anyway, it's a new program. We're offering this throughout all the law libraries in all of our units, and we're about to expand our one county program to other counties, hopefully, and he's going to tell us about this.
Yes, ma'am. Chairman Nichols, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity for allowing me to give a brief overview of our agency first and one of its kind virtual court pilot programs.
Can't hear him either. Can you?
The pilot program involves Dallas County courts and inmates from Dallas County that are needing to be bench warrant for court proceedings. And once fully implemented, it will save counties across the state time, money, resources needed to transport inmates. It also reduces the workload of our COs on the facility. They often prepare inmates for transport, and in some cases, they have to transport offenders themselves, and that saved 3 officers from having to leave the facilities in 2 state vehicles.
Pull that microphone a little bit towards you, Mr. Dunbar.
Okay.
Okay. Don't be shy. Speak up.
Okay.
All right.
So, next slide, please. So how does it work? We've designed it to be user-friendly for the counties, and in this case, Dallas County will submit a signed court order 24 hours prior to the requested hearing to our electronic drop box, and at that time, our access to court staff in our central office will receive the request. They will verify the information, confirm the schedule and time and date with the counties, and that information will be forwarded to our unit law libraries, and they will work along with our security team to facilitate a virtual court hearing. And the offenders would never have to leave their unit of assignments, and that's one big benefit for us. Next, I went real quick, so next slide. Next slide. Judge Francis, I wanted to pause for a minute and personally thank you for your vision.
You had to put that up there, didn't you?
Yes, I had to. And thank you for your vision and all the work you've done in the Dallas County area to get this pilot program up off the ground. And I know this program will benefit the state of Texas for years to come. And again, I thank you for that.
And that's one of our little firecracker judges up there on the bench, Judge Leela Mays, and she did the first plea under this particular program. She did the first plea and was quite excited to do it. I think her hookup, video hookup, was a little bit quirky at the beginning, primarily because the unit was in a very rural area, and we're working on that to try to make it a little faster. And then I did one on Tuesday afternoon, I believe, of this week, and from Dallas, the hookup was really fast. It was almost just like being right there. We have a dedicated email site, and Ms. Villalobos is helping us get some scheduling, so when our traffic picks up, the judges can send an email. They can put the little, either do an attached order, or they can put bench warrant language in the email. It goes to the email. It includes a Zoom link that at the time tells the law librarian where to hook up when the individual comes. We get a response back from Diana. Diana says, okay, that's good, but send us the plea papers too. So we send the scan and send the plea papers to the unit, and they are signed, and after the plea's over, an officer takes a print. Dallas County requires a thumb and 4 fingers. That took us one try to get through because they were just doing one. But just little things like that we're going to work through. And then you send back the scan after the plea's over with the fingerprint, and everything's done. We have one waiver of appearance in person that has to be signed, and then you all have a checklist you want us to sign at the end. But basically it's, if we can get the bandwidth going and we can get the word out. I think we've already had some people from other counties calling the prosecutor who was on the news program and wanted to schedule some virtual pleas. And judges get letters all the time from people that are incarcerated in various places saying, I've got this case pending, please just bench warrant me. I'll take anything if you'll run it CC, and back time, let me do it. And you just kind of put those in file 13 and wait and see if the DA's office requests or they're going to dismiss or whatever. But this will take care a lot of those problems. So hopefully we're going to pick up. But there's been a lot of excitement about it, and we'll have a process in place so every unit doesn't have to reinvent the wheel every time they want to do something like this, and every judge doesn't have to go through the process again. I know Diana's so nice. She has a complete deadpan face when she wants to. When the camera goes off, she probably goes, oh my gosh, how long is it going to take us to get this straightened out? These judges don't know what they're doing. But she was very helpful. You too, Martin, really good job. And Jason also. So we're very enthused about this, and hopefully it's going to save us a lot of money. It'll save the county's money. It'll save the community from having all kinds of people driving around that we could otherwise handle right there in the law library, and it'll save disrupting an inmate's life, having to go sit in the palatial tower of the Lou Sterrett Justice Center with 6,400 of their closest friends during Christmas time, which probably is not something they want to do. And for how long? Who knows how long that can happen? So this is a win-win deal.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dunbar, do we have a news clip to actually illustrate this?
Oh, no, you're going to do that too. Okay.
The Texas Department of Criminal Justice is rolling out a new way to hold hearings on undisposed cases for people already in prison. It's virtual, and the first in the state was held in Dallas today, a move that will save counties money. Fox 4's Sean Rabb explains from the Frank Crowley Courthouse.
What's happening in the 283rd Criminal District Court will soon happen across the state. Rather than bring inmates back from prison farms to hearings, the hearings virtually going to the inmates.
So I know that you had an opportunity, Mr. Martin, to consult with your client.
What's happening in Judge Leila Lawrence May's courtroom is a plea hearing with attorney Tony Martin and his client, an inmate in a Texas prison, rather than have that inmate brought back to Dallas County.
So much time and money is spent with the sheriff's departments having to, across the state, that are having to go and get inmates, bring them back, and it may be for a 10-minute hearing.
Former Judge Molly Francis is a board member of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
The Texas Department of Criminal Justice is committed to trying to cut down on the number of inmate transfers.
Last year, there were 5,000 inmate transfers for hearings statewide, 250 in Dallas County. The virtual hearings would eliminate or reduce the number of trips to pick up an inmate, bring them back, house them, then return them to their prison unit.
There are 100 units in Texas that these individuals are incarcerated in, and the county has to foot the bill.
Ms. Villalobos, do you want me to send someone a copy of the link?
Technical tie-ups at times delayed proceedings, but defense lawyer Tony Martin likes it.
This allows us both to be able to talk to him. I was able to talk to him privately. We're able to do the plea without him having to come back.
We're going to work on getting some of the kinks out of it. And once we do that, and once we can get a, even for the documents, fingerprints and all those things, once we get those established, we can spread this out to the rest of the state.
While it's starting in the criminal district courts, the hope is it will soon expand to include civil and family courts. Any court, really, where an inmate needs to come back from a prison to a local county for a hearing or even perhaps as a witness in another trial. Sean Rabb, Fox 4 News.
Mr. Dunbar, we have a star on our board, it seems like.
Yes, we do.
And Judge Francis, we really appreciate your leadership on this. Appreciate the leadership of judges, pioneering judges like Judge Mays in Dallas County. And I'm very heartened to hear that this is a program that's already up and running in Dallas County, but I heard the reporter just say that there's a plan to roll this into not just criminal proceedings, but also family law proceedings, for example, civil proceedings, witnesses, and in a time, and also to roll this program out, I think you said, Judge Francis, to roll this out to other counties as well.
Absolutely.
And in a time where we recognize that our women and men of TBCJ are working so hard at the units in a time of resource scarcity, that we can do this to reduce the amount of inmate transport. And we are also making efforts to do that, for example, as the public has heard before, in the delivery of telemedicine to our population to avoid transport along those lines as well. So Mr. Dunbar, we thank you so much for your leadership on this as well, on a very, very important project that represents needed modernization in the operation of this agency. So thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments or questions on this presentation?
I don't think Mr. Sutton was very happy to be on screen in front of everybody there. Of course, kind of a surprise for him. But he got his case taken care of. So
Yes.
that was good.
Yes, ma'am, you did.
And everybody has their 15 minutes of fame.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. For the last item, but a very important item on our agenda before we recess into executive session, we have some additional recognitions. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I was just going to say thank you so much. When can you bring this to
Harris, well, we're going to Colin first, because they're closer, and I know those people, and I can call
Judge Francis, I know you are extremely persuasive. All right. Again, for our last item on the agenda before we recess into executive session, we have some additional recognitions to make. The first recognition is honoring one of our very own board members, Ambassador Sishan Siv, on a very important and literal milestone on his service as one of our valued board members. To say that Ambassador Siv is a well-traveled man would be an understatement. From his early days as a budding flight attendant and his escape from captivity under the tyranny of the Khmer Rouge regime in Cambodia, he has zigzagged the globe throughout his life and his professional career, which included past service as the United States Ambassador to the United Nations. So, when he was appointed to this board in 2019, no one should have been surprised by Ambassador Siv's desire to roll up his sleeves, get on that horse, and get on the road to see for himself the operations that he was helping to oversee. One thing that everyone knows about Ambassador Siv is that he believes each one of us is a constant learner. For him, seeing is understanding. Another thing we know about Ambassador Siv is his motivation, including his motivation to serve others. He set a goal to visit, and listen to this, every TDCJ correctional facility in this great state. This was no easy task. Ambassador Siv's first tour was of the Kyle unit in February of 2020. Then the Dominguez State Jail in San Antonio. Shortly after that, as we all remember, the COVID pandemic swept the state, temporarily pausing his tours across the state for obvious reasons during that lockdown. But in July of 2021, he was back at it. His fellow board members often thought about him riding across the state, as we just saw, on a trusty steed. However, we came to learn that he was also traveling to far-flung facilities around the state on his motorcycle. His visits have been memorable for the staff and inmates alike. Up on the screen, we should be able to be pleased to display some memories of the interactions between Ambassador Siv, staff personnel, Windham School District administrators and educators, and the women and men housed in those units. I'm pleased to report that on November 30th of this year, Ambassador Siv visited the last TDCJ facility remaining on his list, the Baton unit in Pampa. In all, in his roughly 3 years, did I hear some applause? In all, in his roughly 3 years of service on this board, 3+ years, and despite the interruptions of a long pandemic during that time, Ambassador Siv has toured, and you just saw the map up there, 100 different TDCJ facilities. We understand as a board that this milestone hardly marks the end of his journey with his board service. In fact, Ambassador Siv is already in the process of repeating and following up on his visits with the facilities and the staffs that operate them. Ambassador, let me say how privileged we all are to have you as a fellow board member. You have set the bar high, high, high for us. Thank you for all you do and your service to this board and to the great state of Texas. Thank you, sir. And before you say anything, and I know you're never shy for words, we have a special gift that we would like to present you with. And this has been produced from within our system. This is a revolving plaque that shows all of the units that you have personally gone to, sir, over the course of your board service. So on behalf of the entire board, we present this to you in your honor. Thank you, sir.
May I say a few words?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, it reminds me of my days at the United Nations that you always ask for a right of reply. So this is my right of reply. This cannot be done without a lot of people involved, starting the leadership in Huntsville and all the way. I mean, I had the Golden Girls here, Maite, Jill, and especially Brittany at the back. Brittany was the masterful planner. I mean, she put all these travel together, and of course I had to thank people in the travel office and everybody in TBCJ and Windham School District. This is a major, major effort, and I'm very grateful that when I was before the Texas Senate, I think you were there, and a few others were there, one of the senators asked me what was my vision, and I said that the TBCJ is already at the top of the scale in terms of the best managed criminal justice system in the country, and my vision would be to keep it that way, also not just in the United States, but also the best in the world, and being able to visit all the units. And later on, one of the senators, I think Senator Buckingham, who was the chairman of the Committee on Nomination, she asked me, are you going to do it on your motorcycles? And I said, that may be a big project, but I did visit some units on motorcycle. But thank you again for the recognition. I think this is probably the best present I received for Christmas. And I'm going to just observe and look at it and do it again all over. Jill, are you ready? All right, I had time to do another two, all right? Well, thank you all very much for this recognition, Mr. Chairman. I'm really very grateful for this. And this award goes to everyone, especially Brittany, who made it happen, and everybody who organized all these complicated travels. And I thanks everyone, especially the correctional officers, the wardens, the majors, who've been traveling around with me, the regional directors, and hopefully I'll be able to do another round. And thank you so much, and God bless you, and God bless Texas.
Chairman, if I could, I just wanted to say thank you, Ambassador, for the travels, and thank you. We really enjoy every time you visit a facility. It's a joy for all those to say. And I want to say to the board, and I can only certify 38 years worth, but I don't think that's ever been done. I think that is absolutely the first time any board member has ever gotten to every facility in the state during at least the last 38 years that I know of. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. And thank you again, Ambassador Siv. TBCJ Executive Director Brian Collier will now be presenting the next recognition. Mr. Collier, I understand you would like to recognize Mary McCafferty on being promoted to the Director of the Human Resources Division. If you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. This morning, I would like to ask Mary to please come to the podium. Today, I'd like to recognize Mary McCafferty on her promotion to the position of Director of our Human Resources Division. Mary McCafferty began her career with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice in 2013, beginning as the supervisor for the Texas Crime Victims Clearinghouse. She left our agency for a brief period and then returned to the agency in 2016 as the manager for the Victim Notification Section in Victim Services. In 2017, Mary was promoted to the position of Deputy Director for the Victim Services Division and has remained in that position until her promotion earlier this month to the Director of Human Resources. During the past several years, Mary has played a key role in several significant agency projects, such as the implementation of the Integrated Victim Notification System, the development of the agency's employee support services and staff impact teams, and also served on the self-harm pilot project. Prior to her work with TBCJ, Mary administered Victims of Crime Act and Violence Against Women Act grant funding for the Office of the Governor. She previously worked as a legislative liaison as well as a policy coordinator for the Texas Department of State Health Services and as a grant coordinator for the city of Cedar Park, Texas. She also currently serves as the treasurer of the National Association for Victims Assistance in Corrections. Mary received her master's degree from Texas State University and her bachelor's degree from Schreiner University in Kerrville. During her time with TDCJ and her involvement in special projects, many key projects, Mary has become a widely respected agency leader. As a leader, she's focused, strong, and extremely tenacious, all while maintaining the grace and the kindness that we've all come to appreciate. Her passion for our agency and our employees will serve our agency well as she assumes this new role, and please join me in congratulating Mary on her position as the Director of Human Resources.
Congratulations on your promotion, Ms. McCafferty. If you would like to share with us a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, board members, and Mr. Collier. I am excited about this opportunity to continue to serve the staff of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. It's an honor and a privilege, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Oh, I think we have a comment here.
Congratulations. On behalf of the board, we're so grateful to have you in this position. Your leadership is impeccable, and as the chair of the Human Resources Committee, I'm really excited to work with you and for your vision to make this the best agency in the state. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Our next recognition will be given by TDCJ Parole Division Director Renee Hinojosa. Mr. Hinojosa, if you'd come forward, and I understand you want to recognize Mr. Irving Washington on being promoted to Director of the Parole Warrant Section. Mr. Hinojosa, if you are ready, please proceed.
Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, members of the board, I really appreciate this opportunity to introduce Mr. Irvin Rick Washington as the newly appointed Warrant Section Director for the Parole Division. In his new role, Mr. Washington will oversee the 24-hour command center operations, the electronic monitoring, and the super intensive supervision programs. Excuse me. Mr. Washington has hands-on, first-hand knowledge of these two programs. Most recently, as the Assistant Regional Director in Region 4, he oversaw field operations that oversaw these two programs. Rick began his career over 17 years ago as a parole officer in our Austin 2 office. That's our South Austin office. I started in the North Austin office several years before that. He quickly promoted through the ranks and held several positions in supervisory roles, including unit supervisor, parole supervisor, and as previously mentioned, his last role, Assistant Regional Director there in San Antonio. Mr. Washington earned his Bachelor of Science degree in psychology from Southwestern Oklahoma State University, where he also played 4 years of football. The first time I met Rick was a little over 3 years ago in the San Antonio 2 office, where he served as the parole supervisor. Parole supervisor, for you that aren't familiar, is the manager of the office. They have oversight of the whole parole office. And if you're not familiar with the San Antonio 2 office, it's not in the very, it's in the barrio, right? It's not in the nicest of areas of San Antonio. And I knew if he could handle that area, he could handle anything, right? And I started to question him, just like I do any new employee. And he didn't flinch. He didn't flinch. He knew the answers to the questions I had for him. He knew his employees. He interacted with his employees. He knew everything about the office. And I knew at that time that this was somebody that he was worth investing in, and he was somebody that I wanted on my team. So I would like for you guys to help me celebrate and help me congratulate Mr. Washington.
Mr. Washington, you and I had a chance to visit a little bit before the meeting, but would you please share a few words with the whole group?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman, Mr. Collier, and the board. I'd like to say thank you for allowing me this opportunity. Thank you to my leadership, Mr. H., Mr. Collier, the board. I really appreciate this, and I look forward to upholding the mission and our core values and serving in this role, this new role for protecting the public serving, apologize, upholding public safety. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Next, if we can recall Mr. Lumpkin. Mr. Lumpkin, I understand that you would like to recognize David Driscoll on his promotion to Director of the Laundry, Food, and Supply Department. If you are ready, please proceed.
Members of Mr. Collier, this afternoon I have extreme pleasure to introduce David Driscoll, as mentioned, as the new Director of Laundry, Food Service, and Supply Department within the CID division. Mr. Driscoll began his career with TDC in 1988, and over the next 11 years advanced through the supervisory ranks to the captain position. In 1999, he stepped away from the agency and joined the private sector, where he held various positions to include senior warden on several facilities. Mr. Driscoll's return to the agency and his selection is a testament to his exceptional experience and extensive knowledge of the correctional field, making him an invaluable asset to the Correctional Institutions Division and the agency. With his unwavering dedication and commitment, there's no doubt he will excel in his new role and continue to contribute to the agency's success. Please join me this afternoon in congratulating Mr. Driscoll and offering your support and our support as he navigates his way through his new leadership role.
Mr. Driscoll, you and I had a chance to also visit a little bit before the meeting, but would you like to share a few words with the whole group?
Well, first I'd just like to, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, and board members, thank you for this opportunity. I am very grateful and excited to rejoin the agency, and I look forward to serving the agency in my new role. Thank you.
Well, we have been blessed to have a number of outstanding presentations today, but frankly, we are saving the best for last. We next need to recognize a remarkable group of men and women who have demonstrated extraordinary bravery, selflessness, and an unwavering dedication to protecting their fellow officers and staff, as well as in some instances you will hear about today, inmates in TBCJ custody. We are presenting today our Actions of Valor recipients. Our recipients have gone above and beyond to exemplify the agency's values of integrity, courage, perseverance, and commitment. The actions of these recipients have made a significant impact within their respective units and have contributed to the overall safety and well-being of their communities. I now call again on Mr. Lumpkin to call up the recipients along with the warden of the unit on which these brave women and men serve as of the time of their acts to be recognized.
Thank you again, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, members, Mr. Collier. We have four Valor recognitions this afternoon. And first, I will introduce our senior warden of the Huntsville unit, Kelly Strong, that will speak about the heroic actions of several of her staff members in a recent incident in August of this year.
Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, board members, Mr. Lumpkin, and everyone here. It is my honor and privilege to speak to you about 11 individuals of the Huntsville unit that saved lives. Captain Salvador Villanueva, Sergeant Nevejas, Lieutenant Martin, Officer Wotan, Officer Fatoki, Officer Logan, Officer Obangi, Sergeant Van Dyke, Officer Karanja, Sergeant Chanette, and Officer Jacob. On August the 25th, about 2:29 in the morning, I received a telephone call from Captain Villanueva. He was very animated in his discussion with me as he immediately tried to wake me up and ensure that I understood that he was evacuating our west building. There was a large amount of smoke and 911 and emergency services had been called. In the background of that phone call, you could hear the hum of people doing their jobs. These individuals selflessly and courageously went into action without even him initiating ICS. On that night in question, the officers on the building, Officer Logan, Officer Fatoki, and Officer Wotan were there and immediately sent smoke. Officer Obangi and Officer Jacob had just finished their shift and were in the parking lots leaving the facility when they saw smoke. Sergeant Van Dyke, Sergeant Chanette, and Sergeant Martin were all there, 2 of which were reporting to duty to help and 1 staying over. All saw smoke as well. Officer Karanja was our desk officer, and Officer Navejas was our yard officer. Immediately upon seeing smoke in the various areas pouring out of that building, they began taking actions to retrieve emergency keys and go to that building to evacuate 665 inmates without any injuries. Several of them went to the 5 row, or what the top floor of that building, had to place their shirts around their faces and feel in our wheelhouse to open cell doors. The smoke was pitch black. You could not see 6 inches in front of you. I witnessed it myself as they were coming off of the breezeway of that building. That night, though, the trust that I have as a senior warden on a facility is my staff to always enact what we should do and what our oath is to do. And without hesitation, our 11 individuals from the Huntsville unit did exactly that and saved lives selflessly. With our agency's direction and their approval, they all received our agency's Valor Awards and were recognized at our senior warden's leadership. And every day I walk that facility proud of what they do and what they did and what they will do for our agency.
Thank you, Warden Strong, and I had a chance to visit with each of you before the meeting, and on behalf of the board, I'll express again publicly what I told you privately, which is that we depend every day, the operation of this agency depends every day on brave women and men not only doing their jobs, but acting proactively to react to situations like what happened at the Walls unit that morning. So we appreciate each and every one of you, and I'll call on you, Captain Villanueva, in case you want to say a few words.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, board members. Honestly, it's overwhelming to be here in your presence and be in the presence of everybody here. But all of this was done by these 10 individuals. That was one of the scariest moments of my life. To not know if my staff members were coming out safely. But they did it. I was just there. You know, I was just the face, the person that called the warden, and obviously here and there to make sure that things were going accordingly, but I don't know. This wouldn't have happened without them. Miss Karanja was in 5 rows. She done took off her shirt and wrapped it around her face and was like a whole warrior trying to get into the cells. Navejas was busting her head left and right, trying to roll doors. Sergeants, Obangi, I thought she was an Olympic star. I don't know. It wasn't me, it was these individuals, along with the individuals that I work with every single day at the Huntsville unit. And none of this could have happened without them, with the leadership from Warden Strong, and obviously the backing of my beautiful wife, my children, and my family that I have that surrounds us. So sorry, I got emotional, but it's these folks that really deserve this, and not me, because like I said, I was just there, and these folks took charge like you wouldn't believe.
Well, you are all superstars, and we appreciate you. Mr. Lumpkin, we understand that the second recognition during our Actions of Valor recognitions is of a staff member from the Hughes Unit.
Yes, sir, that is correct. And this afternoon, unfortunately, Senior Warden Gene Miller cannot be here, so Deputy Division Director Eric Guerrero is going to explain the actions of a staff member at Hughes that absolutely jumped into action, just as these heroic folks did here, and tell you a little bit about what happened at the Hughes Unit.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, members of the board. It's my honor to talk about Lieutenant Robert Valor of the Hughes Unit. On June the 15th, 2023, the Hughes Unit was on a semi-annual search. During that search, inmates from 8 building was being escorted, which is G5 population close custody, was being escorted from their housing area to the gym to be searched. While during that escort, we had one individual actually leave from that escort, got access to the rec yard, and climbed the rec yard fence, went over the fence, and started running towards the perimeter fence. Lieutenant Bauer is actually working inmate crew in the garden at that time, sees this individual jumping over the fence, immediately tells him to stop. The inmate continues to run to the perimeter fence. Lieutenant Bauer gets in his utility vehicle, a mule, that's been pretty old, as he says, gets in that mule, drives towards the perimeter fence, chasing the individual. The individual continues to go to the fence, climbs on the perimeter fence. Lieutenant Bauer exits his vehicle, grabs him, takes him down, and puts him in restraints. His actions, his immediate actions, saved the facility from an escape, saved the public from another criminal out there in the streets that shouldn't have been out there in the streets. His immediate action is a testament of him as an individual, and it's my honor to congratulate him for the Valor Award.
Lieutenant Bauer, on behalf of the board, you and I had a chance to visit a little bit before the meeting, but on behalf of the board, we express the board's absolute level of appreciation for your actions, not only that day, but the actions that you carry out every day, sir. So would you care to share with us a few words?
Yes, sir. I would just like to say thank you for this great honor. I was just happy that I was at the right place at the right time. And I want to say that I'm extremely honored to be sitting with this group. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lumpkin, we understand that the third set of recognitions for Actions of Valor are for staff members from the Win Unit.
Yes, sir, that is correct. And call Assistant Warden Garcia, Christopher Garcia, to the podium with me. Unfortunately, Senior Warden Roger Bowers cannot be here this morning. Assistant Warden Garcia will talk about the staff that quickly jumped into action in response to an assault.
Chairman, board members, Mr. Collier. So this is an overview of the incident that occurred at the Win Unit of the assault with a deadly weapon. The officers were dealing with an unruly inmate that was refusing to obey orders. He had recently got downgraded during a UCC committee to a different custody level and was refusing to go to the other housing. So they initiated ICS. Lieutenant Fisher, Stephen Fisher, did respond, was the incident commander on site when he was trying to de-escalate the situation, not knowing that the inmate did have a weapon. At the time, the inmate produced a weapon and spontaneously attacked the lieutenant. We had Officer Oyoni that was right there at his side, and regarding his own safety, jumped into action and actually tried to subdue the inmate. He was actually stabbed himself. After that, the lieutenant did try to secure the offender, and he also was stabbed. Upon this, Lieutenant, we had Sergeant Mark Cole who responded, and he quickly administered his chemical agents. Inmate did drop the weapon. At that time, Sergeant Cole did control the weapon, and the officers did secure the inmate in restraints. But it was their act, it's hard to articulate, their courage and their acts of valor that they presented that day. So I'm very proud to present them with the act of valor.
Thank you, Warden Garcia, and we had a chance to visit with our brave individuals from the WIN unit before the meeting here today. But again, we can't, just hearing these facts, we can't express the depths of our understanding about the challenges that our women and men face every day working these units. And for you all to respond in the way that you did is a tribute to all of your fellow women and men of TBCJ. So thank you. Mr. Lumpkin, we understand that our last set of actions of Valor recognitions for today, although I hope we'll continue to do these well into the future, are from our staff from the McConnell unit who acted quickly to de-escalate a hostage situation.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you again, Chairman. So this afternoon, going to call Regional Director Albert Holmes to the podium. At the time, Mr. Holmes was the senior warden when this event happened, and also ask Assistant Warden Flannel and Assistant Warden Al Masters and Captain Cavazos to come up too.
Yes,
Good
sir.
afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Collier, members of the board. I am Albert Holmes, Region 4 Director. I'm going to discuss with you the incident that occurred on June the 16th. We had a hostage situation at the McConnell unit. Correction Officer Eileen Francis was conducting her duties in 3 building, and doing the ingress and ingress, preparing her wing, her pie for count. As she was proceeding on 2 row, she was overpowered and taken into a cell by an inmate. The inmate closed the door, and he used an object, a hairbrush, and jammed it in the door, preventing the door from being open. The picket officer at the time witnessed what was going on, was being very observant. She activated the incident command system, requested supervisors, additional resources, and fellow correction officer, and alerting the whole unit to what was going on. Staff arrived. Captain Cavazos was on scene. He began his de-escalation tactics with the offender, trying to speak to the inmate. Inmate took the chemical agents from Officer Francis and utilized the chemical agents against Captain Cavazos. Captain Cavazos continued to stand strong, persevered, stood there, never leaving the cell. By that time, Major Masters at the time, but Warden Masters arrived on the scene. Additional staff starting to show up. He organized that staff, got them organized so we can make entry into the cell. Warden Flannel arrived, and with her calm demeanor and her common voice, she was able to calm the offender down. She was able to communicate, take the attention off Officer Francis inside the cell, as well as give guidance to get maintenance there, to get other staff moving. Maintenance was able to arrive, take the panel off the door and remove the hairbrush, allowing staff to make entrance into the cell, utilizing the taser to subdue the inmate so Officer Francis can escape. The whole ordeal took 11 minutes from start to finish. And that quick guidance of the staff here was able to organize under pressure. I see they did very well.
Thank you, sir. And we had a chance to visit before the meeting as well. But if any of you would like to give any comments to us, we would appreciate you doing so.
Chairman, Mr. Collier, members of the board, I'm honored and humbled to be in the presence of the agency leadership and all these other Act of Valor recipients. This is probably the greatest honor I've received in my TDC career. I just want to thank y'all for the opportunity to give an 18-year-old kid many, many years ago the opportunity to set forth a career and advance. TDC is my family. You know, that's what I have. That's my family. And you know, there was
it was a team effort. There's other people that played vital roles that are not here today, but it was a team effort, and we were able to succeed because of the effort of our staff and leadership group on the unit. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm honored and privileged and humbled to be here, but I wasn't expecting this because to me it was just another day. I was just doing my job. So thank y'all.
We do appreciate this honor, and just like Master just said, we couldn't have done it without the team. So if you'll give me a moment, I can just go ahead and give them a acknowledgement of Captain Marco Gutierrez, Lieutenant Claudia Becerra at the time, Sergeant Joe Miedes, Sergeant Edgar Rayon, Sergeant Joel Lopez, Officer Yamel Melcher, and Officer Jonathan Garza. Without them, not needing much direction, everybody knew what the game plan was. Without their quick execution, that wouldn't have been done. So the Valor Award, as far as I'm concerned, goes to them, too, in their absence. Thank you.
Thank you all.
And you do have a good voice. Yes.
And Chairman, if I'd like to add on the McConnell incident, so an officer that was taken hostage was not physically harmed. Of course, we have provided her support. She had a vision of becoming a school teacher and has pursued that field, but I would give accolades to Regional Director Holmes and his lovely wife, First Lady Ms. Holmes. They continue to have a dialogue with the officer and support her for anything she needs. So just wanted to call them out too. But thank you again for recognizing these four heroic groups this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkin. And I would say that Regional Director Holmes was my other choice for left tackle. So to each of our recipients, I say on behalf of the board, thank you for your courage and your selflessness. Your efforts have truly made a direct impact, as we've heard today, on the lives and safety of others, and your dedication to excellence and the safety of all citizens in the state of Texas is an inspiration to us all. So please, let us join together in giving each and every one of these valued members of the TBCJ family another standing round of applause. We also take time this morning to recognize TDCJ employees who have dedicated 25, 30, 35, 40, and even 45 years of service to the great state of Texas. These individuals represent the strong commitment of this agency's staff system-wide. Our board and Director Collier express our deepest gratitude for their continued service. I'm going to give you some stats. During the months of November and December of 2023, 50 employees attained 25 years of service, 22 employees attained 30 years of service, 6 employees attained 35 years of service, 3 employees attained 40 years of service, 1 employee attained 45 years of service, and 1 employee attained 50 years of service. So today, I would like to individually recognize employees who have attained over 40 years for their dedication and service. First, Carlos Gutierrez. Mr. Gutierrez began his career with TDCJ on July 5th of 1982 as a correctional officer at the Jester Unit. He was dedicated to that role for several years and then was promoted to the Commissary and Trust Fund Department. Mr. Gutierrez has dedicated 30 years and 8 months of service to the Business and Finance Division and is currently a commissary manager at the Segovia Unit. His role as commissary manager has contributed to the success of the unit, and his tireless efforts have significantly contributed to the growth and development of the commissary. Mr. Gutierrez is known for his professionalism and pride in both himself and his workplace. Next, Enrique Cantu. Mr. Cantu began his career with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice in August of 1983 as a correctional officer at the Ramsey Unit in Rocheron, Texas. For the last 40 years, he has worked diligently in various capacities throughout the unit, from working as building security to law library supervisor and now to serving as a community work squad officer. Officer Cantu has a multitude of correctional roles. These days you will find him overseeing the outside yard squad and ensuring the immaculate upkeep of the unit landscape, which I can tell you from the board's perspective is a sign of a healthy and well-run unit. Officer Cantu deservedly takes great pride in his work and has consistently proven himself to be a dedicated employee of TDCJ. Next, Ronald Williams. Mr. Williams began his career with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice in 1991 as a correctional officer. His over 40 years of experience and knowledge have been gained at the Skyview Hodge Complex in Rusk. In 2012, Officer Williams briefly retired before returning to his family in Gray at the Hodge Unit. Officer Williams is a dedicated employee with near perfect attendance throughout. He is known to be dependable and always willing to go the extra mile to ensure the job is done correctly. The unwavering loyalty and dedication shown by Officer Williams over the last 40 years has been an invaluable asset to the Skyview Hodge Complex. Next, for an employee celebrating 45 years of service. Gene Hernandez Jr. began his career with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice in August of 1978 as a correctional officer at the Ramsey Unit in Rocheron. Officer Hernandez quickly found his family in Gray at the Ramsey Unit and devoted the next 30 years to ensuring the safety and security of all those inside its walls. He briefly retired in early 2008, but quickly returned to the agency later that year. Over the last 45 years, Officer Hernandez has worked diligently in various capacities throughout the unit, always taking great pride in his duties and striving to be the best correctional officer he can be. The agency and the Ramsey Unit are proud to have an officer who embodies the core values and mission of TDCJ like Officer Hernandez does. And now, for an employee celebrating 50 years of service. Robert M. McGowan. Mr. McGowan began his career with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice in April of 1973 at the Windham Unit after being recruited by Dr. George Beto. Officer McGowan was well known at the Windham Unit for his hard work, dedication, approachable demeanor, and his leadership qualities. These qualities assisted in his promotion to sergeant, where he worked for one of his greatest mentors, Major Wallace Pack. In 1981, he promoted to lieutenant at the Gorey Unit, getting to work alongside our TDCJ's current Deputy Executive Director, Mr. Oscar Mendoza. Officer McGowan retired from the agency in 2003, returning a 5 brief months later to the Byrd Unit as a Correctional Officer 5 in the Receiving Department. With 50 years of service, Officer McGowan has many fond memories with the TDCJ, and his dedication will never go unnoticed. The names of these employees will be submitted for inclusion in the official minutes of this board meeting. The Texas Board of Criminal Justice congratulates each of these employees and thanks each of you for your unwavering loyalty and dedication to the citizens of Texas. As a symbol of our appreciation, each of you will receive a board certificate along with a personal letter of gratitude. Thank you again. I would like to thank all of you for coming here today and remind you that the next meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice will be on Friday, February 9th, 2024 in Austin. The board will reconvene. It's now 12:35. The board will reconvene at 12:45 to conduct executive session, which is closed to the public in accordance with the Texas Government Code, Section 551.074. Executive session will be conducted at the Harts Veteran Museum. The 232nd meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is now recessed. It is 12:33. Thank y'all.